It's the Orioles on Masson, and the final week of the regular season continues as the Orioles and the Blue Jays play Game 2 of this three-game set, with the Orioles last night having the disappointing end, officially eliminated from the race for the wild card. Hi, everybody. It was a very quiet clubhouse after the ball game last night. It picked up a little bit today, but obviously some very strong feelings in that clubhouse for both the manager, coaches, and players. Tough after you've battled this long and came that close not to finish out the season with games that are going to matter as far as making the playoffs are concerned. Now, there are some things that matter for the Orioles, including a chance at some gold gloves. We thought over the next couple of days we're going to take a look at just who those players are, starting at third base. Has there been anybody better defensively at third than Manny Machado? Yes, injured and will not be able to complete the season, but he has played more innings right now than any other third baseman. He is number one in double plays. He's got total chances that are 65 more than any other third baseman. And he's made those kinds of plays all season, causing many around baseball to ooh and ah. So who are the candidates? Well, probably these are the top three. And honestly, not just because he's with the Orioles, but it really is Manny Machado on the total numbers is the one, and then there's everybody else. Doesn't mean he'll win. Evan Longoria's had an outstanding season there, but not the numbers Machado has. And Dominguez has played outstandingly well. Matt Dominguez for Houston has some really good numbers and has done a good job. One thing to note, the defensive WAR, the defensive replacement in the range, that's number one in the majors, not just the American League. The numbers for the other guys are American League numbers. Jim, really hard-pressed in an honest effort to say there's anybody else who deserves it more than Manny does.
Well, I can't imagine that. I know if you're a Texas Ranger fan, Beltre, Adrian's been able to win a couple of Gold Gloves, and a lot of people think he's one of the best third basemen ever. But if you watch Manny Machado, and we have that luxury here in Baltimore, not only the arm strength, the range, just the agility, and I played with Brooks Robinson. He won 16 in a row, and when you go to Brooks and you say, "What do you think of Manny Machado?" and he said, "Well, might be maybe even a little better than I am." I don't know about that, but he's certainly his equal. He's only 21, and again, he turned this whole defense around when he came up last August, and this would be a defense a pleasure to play for.
Man, the ballots are out. In fact, the voting started today for the Gold Glove Awards that will be announced at the end of the season. We talked about the emotions of the clubhouse for the Orioles. We'll talk to the skipper about that when we come back. Your local BMW center. Few clouds moving in here tonight over the ballpark, but still a beautiful evening. Take a look at our train game time temperature, 73 degrees, no breeze at all at the ballpark. Train celebrating its 100th anniversary by offering irresistible financing. It is hard to stop a train, really hard. Well, for the Jays tonight, Reyes, Kawasaki, Lowry. It'll be Lynn, Davis, and Gose, followed by Toll, Goings, and Pilar. For Reyes last night, another good night against the Orioles with a 2 for 4.
Yeah, he would end up getting the winning run in extra innings. So healthy, that is Bud Norris. He will start. He hasn't really started all the way. You got to go back, what, a couple of weeks. Did get the loss 2 1/3 innings, gave up 1 run Friday night. He loves his slider, and when he pitches, they score a lot of runs. For Bud, I mean, almost 6 runs a game, so it's a pretty good combination. His last win was in Cleveland, where actually they got him runs early, and then he pitched 7 marvelous innings. So good arm, slider, change up occasional, likes a cut fastball, and it gives you usually a chance to win, an upgrade in the starting staff for the Orioles.
He has never appeared against the Jays, so he's going to take care of that part of his bucket list right here tonight. As he'll make the first start against Toronto, Reyes will be the batter he faces. He has faced Reyes before. Reyes is 5 for 13 against him. Pitches in there for a strike, and we are underway. With the victory last night, Toronto's taken the edge in the season series now, 9 games to 8. And the Orioles looking to get out of a 6-game losing streak. John Gibbons Ball Club at 72 and 85 on the year, last place where they will finish. Some question about for the Orioles, Buck Showalter's team. That'll be down the line and fouled. Right now, the Orioles trail the Yankees in the American League East. So it's Boston, Tampa Bay, New York, then Baltimore and Toronto. Yankees, however, only a game ahead of the Orioles. And the Orioles would much prefer to finish 3rd instead of 4th in the American League East. Reyes, Kawasaki, and Lowry are due up. 1 ball, 2 strike count on Reyes. Norris's pitch tapped the other way, foul.
Yeah, another factor, of course, with 81 wins, you want to win 82. It means you'll win more than you lose. You've got the Jays tonight, tomorrow. You got Burley pitching, and then you get the Red Sox coming in trying to have the best record in the American League, and you're going to see their 3 best starters: Buchholz, Lester, and Lackey.
John Farrell promised that. Pitch will be taken. Did he go? No. Farrell said he's going to line up for the postseason with that final weekend against the Orioles. Red Sox chances of having the best record have improved as Oakland lost today. The Angels beat them, so the Oakland A's 94 wins, 95 for Boston. And that pitch fouled off at the plate.
And then the Angels go down to Texas. The Rangers trying to get a wild card. Probably 2 months ago they would have welcomed having the Angels, but one of the hotter clubs in baseball, trying to get to 500.
Always good to win when it doesn't matter. A 3 ball, 2 strike count on Reyes, and the delivery will be popped up in the air, third base. Flaherty in fair territory puts it away.
I'll take a look at the defense, and it's not your normal defense because of Jones had the night off, but McLeod, pretty Markakis, a couple of Gold Glovers out there. McLeod and Markakis. Flaherty playing third for Machado, who hurt the knee. Hardy won a Gold Glove. Schoop, this will be his major league. Schoop will be his major league debut, and then Steve Pearce will be over at first, and then Steve Clevenger behind the plate.
There's Jonathan Schoop out of Curacao. He is one of the Orioles' great prospects. He's 21 years old, signed as an undrafted free agent. And the Orioles want to take a look at him at second base, because that is a position that for next year is a question mark. Whether Brian Roberts would be back or not, whether Schoop, who has played some second this year but not a lot, can assume that position. What Showalter said before the game today, you know, it's not a lot of time for us to take a look at him, but at least we'll have an initial feel for him at second base. Pitch is taken by Kawasaki. 2 ball, 1 strike count. There's Brian, who has DH'd and played second since coming back, and the youngster who may very well get a shot at that position for next year. And Bud Norris is in there with a strike. So Kawasaki 2-2.
Yeah, he had the big bunt last night after that Reyes hit. Lead-off single in the 8th inning. He bunted him over. He would score the tying run, and then eventually they would win in extras. Alexi Casilla looks a lot better than he did yesterday.
3 ball, 2 strike count. See up. Talking with the skipper. Down to third, fair ball. That's going to go right down the line. Kawasaki, real good speed. He'll make the turn, head to second, and get in there easily as McLeod will play it back in. So Kawasaki on with a 2-bagger in his first at bat ever against Norris.
Yeah, not much you can do about that. 3-2, you got to throw a strike. He knows you're going to have to throw something over. It's probably going to be hard, and he just slashes it inside the bag.
So the first chance with a runner in scoring position will go to Lowry, who was 0 for 5 in the ball game overall last night, including a couple of chances to pick up an RBI. Brett Lowry batting third, then Lynn right behind him. Scope will hold the runner close at second base, and a check swing. That'll be bounced all the way to the backstop. 0-1. The Mets beat Cincinnati today by a score of 1-0. Obviously a very important game for the Reds, as the Reds right now are getting very close to being the second wild card team. Right now it's the Cardinals winning the division. Pirates and Cincinnati is the wild card club. Ball popped back. There'll be no play on that over the screen. The Cardinals also won their game against Washington today by a score of 4-1. So they're solidifying their spot. They've won 3 in a row, 8 out of the last 10 games they've played. They got 94 wins. Pirates with 91 and the Reds with 90. And the pitch bounces. Clevenger able to hold that one to the third base side.
And that's important because I mean, you look between the Red Sox and the Oakland A's. They're vying for the best record in the American League. They both have 2 of the best home records. Atlanta has the most wins at home in the National League, but St. Louis plays great. So want to win as many as you can. Home field advantage can play, especially when you get deeper into the playoffs.
That one will be fouled back upstairs off the fastball from Bud Norris, and the count will stay at 1 ball and 2 strikes. One ball, 2 strike count. And just missed. Norris thought he might have had that one. For Toronto last night, they ended up with a 3 for 12. A lot of chances scoring wise, as the Orioles left 10, Toronto left 8 on base in last night's ball game. That of course went extra innings and was won 3-2 by Toronto in the 10th. 2-2. And Laurie on a cut and a pitch away, and Norris gets the strikeout.
Well, we talked about loving his slider as one of our keys, and doesn't get a whole lot better than that. And the interesting thing to me is that's 2 in a row. The old one he was able to take, had a very good take, and that one just moved it on the outside part of the plate, breaking down and away. Big strikeout with runner in scoring position. And neither of these teams, Gary, as you know, scoring a lot of runs over the last 20-30 games.
It's been a real struggle here in the month of September, in particular for both ball clubs offensively. And Lynn will take the pitch down low for a ball. He was taking all the way on that one. Interesting, because Norris continues to be among the top 4 whom hitters go after on the first pitch. It's been that way all year. He throws a lot of first pitch strikes. 30% of the time hitters swing at the first pitch. The only higher rates, Justin Verlander, Derek Holland, and Luis Mendoza. 1 ball, no strikes. Kawasaki at second base. Lynn will take that for a strike.
Well, he could throw a lot of strikes. I just remember the interview you did after that game in late August on the 28th up in Boston, where he said he actually tried to throw ball 1 and did because he knew they were waiting to hit the first pitch strike. And I've never heard that philosophy before. And that would be a game where you'd go throw 105 pitches in 5 1/3 innings, so he'd get 16 outs, and they didn't hit him hard. You know, it's when he made that great defensive play, did walk 4 guys, struck out 7. So that's a very kind of, usually they say strike 1 is the most important pitch in baseball. But for Bud, who does hail from the San Francisco, and maybe a little more of a free swing thinker than others,
He goes, I'm just not going to. The average is too high. I'm not going to let him hit it. And he didn't.
You won't hear that from many pitchers. No.
And I like him. I like his stuff. He's the athletic guy. He's really going to help this club down the road. He's got to come up with a little bit better changeup, but he's a competitor. He's an athlete. He comes out of the National League, so he can hit a little bit, fields his position.
And Lynn kind of came up there with a bat on his shoulders.
Yeah.
And he wasn't going to swing and didn't, and he drew the walk.
Well, maybe he heard your interview. He knew that, who are you going to pitch to? Raji Davis, who actually has had a very good September, 4 home runs, and he will leave the ball club because his wife's going to have the first child tomorrow. But I think it's just a matter of who you want to pitch to there. And there is risk involved here, obviously, in first inning. Your team's not scoring a lot of runs. But watched Lynn last night, a couple of singles to left field.
And he wants a right-hander.
Yeah,
and the lefties are hitting 307 off him, and right-handers 246. So the pitch will be taken for a ball. As Raja Davis had an 0 for 2 in the ball game last night, came on late. Sierra had to come out of the ball game after turning an ankle out there. So Davis is getting the start in right field in the game. 2 on, 2 down. Down to third. That is a fair ball. Long throw. Flaherty in the dirt, and a great pick by Pierce. So picking up where Machado and Davis left off, Flaherty and Pierce provide defense. That's a long throw. That records the out. 2 left on base. Having a conversation, but a real nice play to end that last inning. He's taking care of him, boys. Had him out there the last couple of days working on it. Here's the starting lineup for the Orioles: McLeod, Hardy, and Markakis, Davis, Pierce, and Briney. It'll be Clevenger, Scope, and Flaherty. For Nate McLeod last night, he had a 1 for 5, including a home run back-to-back with Roberts.
And our scouting report to Ismael Rogers, 28-year-old right-hander, breaking ball pitcher, and he's got a good one. Run starved. They don't score a lot of runs for him, right around a little bit below 4 runs a game. And then again with John Gibbons, a lot of injuries from the pitching staff with Morrow down, Josh Johnson a chance to pitch. 2-1 in September, 154 batting average. Done a nice job for him.
And McLeod will take the first pitch for a ball. Remember, you see a lot of bullpen work. The 43 total games. And that will be taken down low for a ball. He's walked 43 in 133 innings. Struck out 94 in those numbers, and he gives up a little over a hit an inning. So a lot of people on base in his starts. And that pitch is taken for a strike on the outside corner. McLeod comes in with a 3-game hit streak. Had the 1 for 5, the homer, and an RBI in the ball game last night. Nate with that 260 overall average. And it's the left-handers who've done the damage for the most part against Rogers. McLouth will take. Good eye, and the count goes to 3-1.
Well, I'll tell you right now, Chris Guccione has already missed a couple of sliders right down the middle. That one almost center of the plate. Maybe fooled him. But it certainly gives McLouth a good hitter's count. And then the questionable one called a ball. So kind of a wandering strike zone early.
Leadoff man on for the Orioles.
So there is the defense. Pilar goes and Davis, Lowry, Reyes, Goins, and Lind. And then Josh Thole, who usually does the catching when R.A. Dickey comes out of the Mets organization, came over with R.A. Dickey. His expertise catching the knuckleball.
J.J. Hardy batting in the number 2 spot. For Thole, this will be night off.
Yeah, it's not dancing. Well, I ran into him. I had never met him. I saw him in the hallway. He said, there is an art to doing that. And he said, you got to try to relax. And it's not always easy.
And Hardy will take the pitch for a strike on the outside corner.
And then the other thing, Gary, when you're a knuckleball catcher, everybody knows who you are because they see your number and your name running back to the backstop. And whether you're good or not, invariably the ball's going to get by you.
Dickey over there in the dugout. Part of the big acquisitions in the offseason, and just did not pan out for this ball club. And you talk to a lot of the folks who are with the team, and they say the expectations are just too high. Lowry, Goins, and there's the double play. So Hardy hits into the ground ball double play around the horn, and that eliminates that leadoff walk.
Yeah, pretty routine right there. Nice little pitch by Rogers. Well, you're right about that. I know Buck Martinez, former catcher, TV guy, said one of the problems was that if you expected Josh Johnson, who terrific arm when he's healthy but has trouble staying healthy, or even Brandon Morrow, terrific arm but trouble staying healthy, to actually be able to be one of your 5 starters, and that backfired. And it's not like R.A. Dickey didn't have a good year. It just didn't have as good a year as he had when he won the Cy Young Award. Burley, we'll see him tomorrow. I mean, he's won 12 games. Dickey 13. They've given him a lot of innings, and then the injury factor. Everybody has it.
And Toronto went through it. Still are. All their home run hitters are out of the lineup. And Nick Markakis will swing through the fastball. Nick with a 1 for 4 in the ball game last night. Rogers throwing some heat on the last one. He'll get up there in the mid 90s at 93, 94 mile an hour fastball. The Orioles will probably see that often here in the game. That'll be fouled away on a breaking ball. He's had relief appearances against the Orioles, 7 relief outings. He's held the Orioles to a 1.69 ERA. He's worked 4 2/3 innings here in this ballpark and is not allowed a run. He has a 1-0 record against the Orioles. This is his 2nd career start. And the other one came on the 14th of this month. Then he went 6 innings, gave up 3 runs and 5 hits, non-decision in that ball game.
Now his average fastball is a little over 93, so he can get it up there. We've seen 94 on occasion, and there's 94. Curveball, slider, change up, got a little bit of cutter, doesn't throw it a whole lot. But you can see, and I saw him early in the year when he came out of the bullpen, and he does have 4 pitches. The ones that they have trouble hitting are the curveball and the slider. Fastball a little over 300.
1-2 delivery. Broke the bat on that one. It'll go to second base. Goings up with it will make the play, and that'll do it. So only 3 faced in the inning. The leadoff walk taken out on the double play. Game 2. Jays Orioles, no score. First, you think after 100 and whatever games it is, you know who the team was. Support a great cause. Save with the American Heart Association's exclusive 50% off ticket offer. It includes tomorrow night's game. Go to Orioles.com/AHA and you'll get 50% off tickets simply by donating $10 per ticket to the American Heart Association. So it's a great cause. One more chance tomorrow night for half price seats. Again, that's Orioles.com/AHA. And we go to the second inning. Pitch will be taken down low. Ghosts, who had a 1 for 4, getting the start in center field again tonight.
Yeah, he hit the slicing line drive that made a left turn on Nate McLouth last night.
And off the fist will foul that one back into the seats.
Yeah, Chris Tillman. Of course, Tillman pitched well enough to win his 17th. He had 3 pitches going last night: fastball, curveball, changeup, and Anthony kept chasing that high fastball.
And he'll put that one up in the air to right field. Nick Markakis meanders in a few steps and puts it away. Ghost retired, 1 down, second inning. You can win a hitting lesson with Adam Jones. Join Masson's Touch 'em All rewards for your chance to win the grand prize. Just go to MassonSports.com to sign up. Toll coming to the plate, the catcher. There are the numbers. Just a 150 batting average for him. He's had only 107 at bats, 41 games, a homer, 7 RBIs, a couple of doubles and a triple when the extra base hits. He has faced Norris, 3 for 11 with a home run off the Orioles starter. 1-0 delivery back into the screen.
Yeah, not a lot of playing time behind J.P. Aracibia. Early on was Henry Blanco. He said he got a 2-year deal, and they just thought that Blanco had had some history with Dickey catching knuckleballs. He could handle it, and then eventually he was called up.
And that pitch will be taken. Norris with a 2-ball, 1-strike count. Goings waiting on deck. Outfield moves in a couple of steps on him, shoots the hole. He's got a base hit. So he's on with a single with 1 away here in the second inning. That'll be hit number 2 off Norris in the ball game.
Well, it seems like it's such a simplistic method of hitting, but you work the count into your favor, and then if you know you're not a home run hitter, you go the other way. So it's not a horrible pitch, just a fastball away, and he hits it right where it was pitched. That's kind of what good hitters do.
And gets himself a base hit, and Goings coming to the plate. Ryan Goings, a 5-game hit streak. He had a 1 for 4 to extend it in the ball game last night. Rookie player, and he'll take the pitch outside for a ball.
Gary, I met him for the first time, and Chris, he hit that high chopper that went off the glove of Chris Tillman, got the first run, one of the 3 runs for the Jays last night. But he was still talking about Jim Johnson's sinker. Because I've never seen anything like that. 96, bottom dropped out.
Hang with him.
Yeah, well, that's
what he did. Goings has played in 30 games now. 97 at bats on the season. So for both of these ball clubs now, for this game and probably for tomorrow too, you're going to see a lot of players who are getting some playing time at the end of the year. A few call-ups, but none by accident. There are players that both managers and organizations want to take a look at.
You know, they like Goings because he's a shortstop, and they think he's really going to help them defensively. And John Gibbons will tell you what I like about him. He's got a little bit of pop, but he also will hit the ball the other way. And if you're going to hit at this level and you're not a home run hitter, you better use the whole field. Otherwise, they will exploit your weaknesses, and you will struggle.
2-1 delivery. Runner goes. Hit and run on. It's going to work. Base hit to left. However, McLouth was so shallow. Thole has to hold up at second. So Goings on with a single. He's got a 6-game hit streak now. Both base hits going the other way to left field.
And Bud Norris, the old Sparky Anderson 2-1 hit and run count. And he's done that to the last 2 hitters here in the second inning.
Pilar coming to the plate, the number 9 hitter. He's playing in left field, had an 0 for 4 in the ball game last night. The Jays will be looking to improve their offense next year, and that'll certainly come around a bit just by having people healthy. They are 10th in average and 8th in runs coming into the ball game. Still second in home runs to the Orioles, even with all their big bats out of the lineup right now and for much of September. So another chance. They got a 1-out double in the first inning, could not move Kawasaki around. Now they've got 2 on, 1 down here in the second. And Pilar will take the pitch for a strike, 0-2.
Yeah, he's looking back and asking Chris Guccione, was that high enough? And yes, it was. Kind of helped Bud Norris out swinging at a ball about letter high.
Pilar playing in his 32nd game of the year, and he goes up and fouls that one away, protecting that high strike zone. Count will stay at 2 strikes.
Yeah, a little higher than normal. He averages, and it's hard to believe, but he averages almost 19 pitches per inning. And that's high for a guy that has a nice windup. Seems like he can throw a lot of strikes. And I think probably one of the reasons for the high pitch count is the fact that everything's pretty hard. Fastball 90 to 95 and slider at about 85 to 87. Not a lot of off speed pitches. So if you're a hitter, you know you're going to get something hard. You might have to have trouble hitting that slider, but it's going to all be between maybe 86 and 93 miles per hour.
And that'll be fouled away. Pilar, in just his 3rd season of Major League Baseball, out of California, out of West Hills, California. Signed in the 32nd round back in the 2011 draft. And it was just this is his 3rd pro season. He's done well offensively at the minor league level. Now they're trying to find out if he can get that done up here. 0-2 delivery, and just got enough of that on a late swing to foul it off.
Yeah, he was talking before the game. He said, to him, the challenge is you come to the big leagues, and he has hit at every level. John Gibbons, their skipper, was talking about that yesterday. He says you come to this level and you want to get hits, and then you realize the guy on the mound doesn't want you to get hits. So if you swing at their pitches early on, you have no chance.
And a swing and a miss as he got one down low. Norris did and gets a strikeout, 2 Ks.
Yeah, so but just a little bit off the slider. Really nice pitch. Don't have to throw him a strike because of the count, and he does it. Perfect execution of the major league breaking ball to a young hitter, and a nice block by Steve Clevenger. That's
so
the way
0 for 3 with runners in scoring position early in the ball game for Toronto.
And that'll get their best hitter with runners in scoring position to the plate.
Reyes in the leadoff spot, popped out his first time up, and will take the pitch down low. 2 away. Runners on at first and second. A couple of singles here in the 2nd inning, and Reyes with the big 381 average. Norris's delivery to him. Against the Orioles this year, Reyes again has done well, hitting 323. That continues his big career average. 368 is his career average against the Orioles. 1 home run included in that, and he's even better here at Camden Yards, where he's hit 452 for his career with a lot of at bats. 2-0 count. Runners with their leads off first and second. Norris will get the pitch in there for a strike. Reyes didn't think so, turns away. Then it goes to 2-1.
Yeah, I think again, when you get a guy that's hitting this high at 381, I mean, he's a lifetime 291 hitter. He won a batting title a couple of years ago with the Mets. He took that pitch because it wasn't his kind of pitch, and he knows the count's still in his favor, even at 2-1. That's why veteran guys, leadoff guys like Jose Reyes, if they're healthy, and again, the sprained ankle severely early on kept him out for almost 3 months.
2-1 delivery on the way, and he'll bloop that to left field, and that's going to be a base hit. Cole will come around to score. Runner will have to stop at second, and Reyes an RBI single. And on the board, Toronto, as they've got the 1-0 lead. He just blooped that one the other way.
Well, Mark DeRosa, this is what he did last night off of Mattis to tie it up. Just a little looper. And that's all it takes sometimes if that's your approach. Certainly there's a luck involved. Take a pretty good pitch by Bud Norris and turn it into an RBI single.
So all these left-handers are taking the ball the other way with these hits to left field. And that will bring a visit to the mound. Bill Castro, the Orioles pitching coach, on his way out with 2 on and Kawasaki coming to the plate. That's why this lineup has all these left-handers in there against Norris, with that almost 50-point differential in batting average favoring the lefties, and 16 of the 17 home runs have been hit by left-handers.
And that's why he pitched around the 1 home run hitter in the first inning, Lynn. You know, they're a big guy that's healthy with 23 home runs.
6 of the 9 he's facing are hitting from the left side. Kawasaki with a double his first time up. 3 singles in this inning and a run in. 2 down. And that'll be their first strike. Kawasaki hitting .220 on the year with runners in scoring position. 1 for 4 for Toronto in that situation. Shattered bat popped up behind the mound. Flaherty will come over and put it away. A run in. Toronto's up 1-0. And yesterday I asked Buck Showalter today what the feelings are.
Everybody's heartbroken, okay? Fans are, everybody. And, you know, you spend that much time together since February, really since, seems like forever. If you care, and, you know, you're going to have some emotions about it. But most of mine is just feeling bad for our guys because they deserved better. And, you know, but I do find you, I think you seek your level. You know, and you realize how finite, how short, how small the difference is between winning and losing games, and you know, flare here that finds chalk, or your line drive doesn't. An umpire's call goes one way or the other. I mean, it makes you realize sometimes how little control you have over it. But if you're consistent, I do think you seek your level. You know, over the course of a long season, you are what you are, and we need to keep that in mind.
So Buck Showalter with a point to the future there at the end, really keeping that in mind. He's talking about what the changes may need to be for the Orioles to be better. Chris Davis up there will take the pitch inside.
Well, the one undeniable fact is that their core players are among, and I've said this many times, and you could just see it by watching the player, among the best in baseball. So it comes down to your pitching and your secondary players, and you can see a very tired ball club, and a lot of that, it is a grind. Yeah, you know, what, 8 games over 500 on May 10th, and here you are at the end of the year. You're only 5 games over 500. You've had to grind it out. You didn't have a winning month in July, nor August, nor in September. it's been a grind, and you got to give them a lot of credit for playing hard. But then
Davis on the big cut's gone.
So there's a big curveball, but a lot of other teams, they play the game the same way. So you just got to get a little bit better. It's been a tough year. There's the big swooper.
The Red Sox did what you need to do to win. They were plus 11 on May 1. They were plus 11 June 1. They were plus 16 July 1. They were plus 22 on August 1. They were plus 26 on September 1. And they're now plus 32. That's how you build a winning season. You get to 500 and then you keep going in increments over that. And virtually every team that wins, barring the exceptional year where you have some team that makes a dramatic run at the end, that's what you do. You get to 500 and you build on it. The Orioles got to a point where they just stopped doing that. Ground ball towards short. There's Reyes. Long throw. One hopper. Got him. Perfect one hop for Lynn. So got that done. And Pierce is retired. And there are 2 down. Maryland Lottery hit a big contestant of the game, Warren Parks from Waldorf. Warren, you've won 500 for being selected. You get 100 more for every Orioles hit during the game and an extra 500 for any Orioles home run in the 5th inning. For the latest info on new games, current promotions, and second chance contests, visit mdlottery.com. And a pitch taken for a strike. So Pridey up, playing in center field. Pridey arrived at 4 o'clock this afternoon. 0-1 delivery. They wanted to take a look at him. Decided to give Adam Jones a rest. Adam is missing his first start in 322 games. Got to go back to 2011 since Adam Jones is not in the starting lineup. Played every game last year and every game this year up until tonight.
Yeah, Jason had a nice year. 15 home runs, 57 RBIs, big ballpark, 24 doubles, can run a little bit, 5 triples. Good defensive outfielder, got a little bit of pop. Gotta love hitting in this ballpark.
And the 2-1 delivery on the way to him, and that will be taken inside. 3 ball, 1 strike count.
So you can pretty much bet the ranch at AAA that you're going to get a fastball to hit. Let's see what he gets to hit here. 3-1. Hitters count.
3-1 deliveries on the inside corner for a strike to him. Manny Machado got moved to the 60-day DL to make room for Jason on the Orioles roster. He is 29 years old. 3 ball, 2 strike count. And Pridey's ground ball will head to second. Knocked down. Goings makes a nice play. And a 1-2-3 inning. So the run in the second. But up on the boards, the only one up there, Toronto with the lead. That sign around the ballpark and online. He's at the ballpark today. Talked about that patella tendon tear, one that he suffered similarly in the minors.
Kind of same thing a little bit. Obviously, this was a little more painful, and especially this stage of the year, that just made it just worse.
So Manny is here, and the rehab is going to be the conservative approach and just try and work his way back.
Yeah, it's a small ligament on the side of the knee that kind of stabilizes the patellar tendon. And Dr. Richie Van Sel's the longtime Oriole trainer, and he said they'll take a look in a month, and that you would still have ample time if it wasn't healing proper to do something so he'd be ready for spring training. So something that could, I mean, certainly anytime you get hurt, it's significant, especially to a guy with that kind of talent, but could have been a lot more severe.
Yep. Bud Norris on the mound for the Orioles. A run on 4 hits off him. The Orioles zeros across so far. Brett Lowry at the plate. Delivery to him will be taken down low. Lowry was a strikeout victim his first time up. Lynn and then Davis to follow. Playoff picture developing obviously on a daily basis here with that'll start next week with a wild card that'll miss outside. Texas, their elimination number right now is 5, so there's still very much in it. They're playing at Houston. Kansas City's elimination number is 2. They're at Seattle, and the Yankees down to just 1. Yankees their elimination number is 1. Tampa Bay gets them again. Tampa Bay romped them last night. They're tied tonight, second inning at 1 apiece. Either a Cleveland win or a Yankee loss, and the Yankees are out. And that's outside, so he walks him, a leadoff walk here in the 3rd inning. Second walk surrendered by Norris. The winning fan designed T-shirt has been announced, and tomorrow the first 10,000 fans 15 and over at the Jays game are going to get the Orioles Shaving Cream Pie T-shirt. It was designed by Scott Thompson of Rockville. Get to the ballpark early. Make sure you pick up this unique collector's item, all part of Fan Appreciation Week. 888-848-BIRD or Orioles.com for tickets. Lind drew a walk his first time to the plate. Lind hitting .433 against the Orioles this year. He's got 4 home runs and 10 RBIs against the O's this season. Runner on at first base and nobody out. And the pitch will be taken for a ball by Adam Lind.
Yeah, I would imagine they'll watch Bud Norris pretty close. You know, with the forearm stiffness that kind of goes up into the flexor tendons and then into the elbow. So if the command goes, a pretty good indication that maybe it's tightening up.
1-0 count. And that will miss outside. He has wanted nothing to do with Lind in the first at bat, nor here on the first 2 pitches.
And then what happens when you get that tightness in your forearm and your elbow? It's right when you release the ball, which is usually your location and then your movement. And when it's hurting, you're waiting right as you release it. When you pull down or side spin the ball, and that's when you can feel it. And you can see Billy Castro looking on, Orioles pitching coach, former major league pitcher. He's watching very closely.
2 ball, 1 strike count. Lind with Rajah Davis waiting on deck. Pretty close play.
Yeah, they run a little bit on Bud Norris over the course of the season with the Astros, and then over here with the Orioles, 15 out of 20.
Norris with a 2 ball, 1 strike count. And the pitch is taken for a strike, so a couple in there and evens the count up. For Bud Norris, he has not worked in a ball game, as we said, against the Jays, and he's not started a game at all since September 8th. He did work in a relief appearance on the 20th in that 18-game affair, and in fact was outstanding in relief in that ball game. Runner goes up high. Cleviger's throw. And a stolen base.
Yeah, that was certainly Lowry's ace steal of the year, and Clevinger makes a nice throw. Quick release, head down, straight steal. Snap tag by, and you can see the nice little quick tag by Jonathan, and almost gets spiked. Pant leg.
So Lowry gets himself into scoring position. 8 out of 13 for him in stealing bases. And a swing and a miss on a pitch down low, and Norris gets a big strikeout, first out of the inning.
So now 51 walks, 101 strikeouts for Adam Lind. Nice little breaking ball. And it just tumbles out of the strike zone, and Adam swings right over it.
That'll give Davis the RBI chance. The speedster will stand in with a runner at second. Infield will play around, playing him to pull. And he'll take the pitch on the inside corner for a strike. Lowry at second base, being held by Jonathan Scope, making his major league debut, the Orioles' second baseman. Norris with the 0-1 delivery, and that ball fouled off the other way into the seats.
Yeah, 90-point difference. Raji Davis against lefties at 322 and came in at 232 against right-handers. Only still the amazing number, and I guess we talked about it last night. John Gibbons, his skipper, said 174 with runners in scoring position. He'll chase. Good count to try to see if he'll do that.
Foul that one off.
Yeah, that's almost too good a pitch.
Davis just the 21 walks, 64 strikeouts, and 320 plus at bats. That ball the other way will curve into the seats. He's got that inside out swing that almost comes naturally to him, so he can punch balls the other way in the air. On the ground, obviously the scouting reports say he'll pull it on the ground. Norris has a discussion with Clevenger, and the count stays at 2 strikes.
Yeah, 4 home runs in the month of September. So nice little finish to this season, and then don't forget the 45 steals.
0-2 delivery to him, and that'll be outside. Not chasing on that one. Here's the 1-2 delivery, and Davis will watch it go by. Tough pitch to take in that count, but he did, and it goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, just missing, but yeah, the illusion, what you'd like to be able to do, can't always do it, is out of your hand you want it to appear to be a strike and then appear out of the strike zone, not be a ball out of your hand. And there's another good pitch, and he just kind of punches it and able to foul it off. So Wei-Yin, sliders. Bud Norris. I mean, the Orioles, what, 3 runs or less, 7 out of the last 10 games, 4 runs or less, 6 straight, 17 out of the last 21 games. You're not getting a lot of runs to work with. Not lately.
2-2 delivery on the way, and that's inside. Good eye by Davis. Count goes full, 3-2. Runner on at second and 1 away. Today was St. Louis Cardinal baseball day. Pirates lost to the Cubs 4-2. Cincinnati lost their ball game to the White Sox by a score of 2-1. Here's a 3-2 delivery on the way, and he got him. That pitch that's down low is the one that's striking out these Toronto hitters.
Well, another slider, and a good one. So Lynn goes down on a slider. You can see that little red dot underneath the strike zone. A lot of pitches to get to it, though. 70 pitches now. We're only in the 3rd inning. Looks like it's going to be a short night for Bud Norris, even if he doesn't give up a lot of runs.
2 down. Here's Ghost, flied out to right field. Runner at second, inside Heater at 93 for a strike. Cardinals can cut their magic number down to 1. They've won today, and with Pittsburgh and Cincinnati losing, the Pirates in second place, they've gained a game on that one. Here's the 0-1 delivery, and that ball is ripped in the air to the gap. Markakis going over, won't get it. It'll roll all the way to the wall. Lowry will walk home, going to go for a triple. Ghost on his way, and there'll be no play on him. He gets in well ahead of the throw. An RBI triple with 2 outs here in the 3rd inning, and the Jays have a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, he hit it like a tee shot. Not too many lefties don't like it down and in. Free swinging young hitter, and he gets it about knee-high inside corner, and just smokes it. And then you were with us last night talking about it in the minor leagues, 70 steals. Lowry's going to make it 2-0, easily trotting in as the Ghost is on his way to third.
Ghost gets his 4th triple in 128 at-bats. Or his 5th triple. Wow, he's got 5 at the major league level. He can fly. And a strike taken. Thole had a base hit in the 2nd inning. Came around to score their 1st run. Reyes got the RBI there. Ghost gets the RBI in this one, and that's going to bloop. That's going to fall in for a base hit. And another RBI with 2 down. So Thole delivers on another 2-out hit. And that's how the Jays are scoring in this game, finding 2-out RBI hits. And a 3-0 lead. Thole gets his 8th RBI of the season.
Those are not the kind of pitch counts that you like to have, 26, 24, 25, and you're not out of the inning.
Wow.
I mean, sometimes it's just you watch Bud Norris, you go, boy, looks like it's good stuff. And they keep getting hits sometimes.
Goings will take the pitch. He has had a single. The only at bat he's had. 6-game hit streak for him. Runner on at first base and 2 down here in the 3rd inning. That's 3 runs on 6 hits in the ball game for Toronto, and the pitch is taken for a strike.
Yeah, the other thing that you look at, Gary, and a lot of times when you're a veteran pitcher, you're in spring training, you would go to pitch against AAA teams. Most of the youngsters, and you're seeing a lot of them for Toronto, they are good fastball hitters.
Got him. Foul tipped into the mitten, held on to. So Norris with 5 strikeouts in the 3 innings, but a couple of runs in this inning, a couple of hits, 1 left. The Jays set a new major league record last night, 238th extra inning game this season, the most ever. The D-backs have played 78 extra innings this season. That is a new major league record for an individual team. 21 pitchers were used in that Rays game the other night in the 18-inning ball game. That is a new major league record. And 31 games of 14 innings or more have been played this year. That is just one shy of a record set back in 1976. So a lot of extra inning ball games that have gone deep using a lot of pitchers. The Orioles have gone 8-7 in extra inning games. That pitch will be taken low for a ball. Clevenger up.
But the Orioles had 18 of them last year. They lost the first 2, then won 16 in a row.
And inside to him on a 2-0 count. Ishmael Rogers looking for his 6th win of the season, his 2nd against the Orioles. And he'll take the pitch inside and get ahead on the count 3-0. 3-0 pitch taken, and that's going to be there.
Yeah, you would think that Clevenger would get a pitch to hit 3-0. Last thing you want to do to get you 3-run lead is walk somebody, and there's a couple of fastballs that he's taken. Line drive hitter.
Clevenger, the 3-2 delivery to him, grounds it to short. Reyes. So here's Jonathan Scope, his major league debut. Here is his first major league at bat, getting the start at second base in the ball game. Manny Machado out to watching. They are good friends, and a nice hand by the Oriole crowd. 21 years old, out of Curacao. 5th professional season. You see the numbers he put up in the minors this year. And he'll take the first pitch down low for a ball.
Yeah, he only had, because of the back injury, and 289 at bats.
And he gets a base hit. First at bat, second pitch seen at the majors, and Jonathan Scope lines it. Manny's got a big smile on his face for his buddy, and the ball will be collected at the Orioles dugout.
Well, that was a rocket. Boy, did he get on top of that high fastball. I mean, here's your 1-0 fastball, and this is the way you like to attack balls in the middle of the plate. I mean, does he square that up?
The Scope is on, and the pitch will be taken inside. Toll with a nice stop right there. Ryan Flaherty 0 for 3 in the ball game last night, batting ninth. There's the baseball. That'll be held onto by Manny to go on the mantle for Scope. And that ball's hit deep, way back and right, and goodbye, home run. Ryan Flaherty gets number 9. 22 and 23rd RBIs.
Well, that's the wow factor you get from Ryan Flaherty with his power. Ball was a rocket. So a couple of high fastballs massaged here for 2 runs for the Orioles.
And the Orioles make it a 1-run ball game.
And not a lot of hang time. And you can see it looks like a 2-seamer, and it's gone outside middle of the plate.
Rogers has surrendered 20 home runs, 10 to hitters from each side of the plate. And the Orioles, who had nothing coming into the inning, get the single by Scope, their first hit, followed by Flaherty's home run, and it is a 3-2 ball game. Ryan Flaherty would like to play Toronto every day. He came in hitting .286 against this ball club with 3 home runs and 5 RBIs. So now he's got 4 homers, 6 RBIs against Toronto this year. And McLouth will take it for a strike. 2-1 to the Orioles leadoff batter who drew a walk his first time up.
And 8 with a home run last night, number 12. One of the 2 solo home runs the Orioles hit.
Broken bat, Bloop's going to fall in. That'll be a base hit. Nate will make the turn, head to second. Quick throw, not in time, a double.
So a rookie starts it off. A Rule 5 guy homers, and then a veteran. He does a little Josh Thole where he breaks his bat and just finds a little bit of a hole right off the end of the bat. Or maybe the label, I guess, and just dumps it in like a 60-degree wedge, a little backspin, and easily into second.
And that'll bring up J.J. Hardy with a chance to tie the ball game up on a base hit. Only 1 down. Rogers in the dirt. Cole again has to make the stop on it. Hardy, double play, hit into his first time up. He's gone 2 for 10 in the times he has faced Rogers. Goings holding the runner close at second base, and that's there for a strike. Goes to 1-1. So the Orioles rattle back and get the fans into the ball game here in the third inning. 1-1 delivery. Hardy in the air, foul. Among all the Orioles, J.J. Hardy has really had by far, average-wise, the best September, hitting .303. He's had a couple of home runs in a month that has been so tough for the Orioles. Danny Valencia started out, was really hot. He's had a good September. But J.J. has continued with a strong finish. 1-2 delivery on the way, and a swing and a breaking ball, and he missed it.
Well, that's the lowest average, the slider, and he got himself into account. Of course, single home run on fastballs, and then the good slider just slides away from the bat head. Looks like a fastball. You think it might have some carry, may stay on the same plane, and it just dives down and away.
So Rogers with his second strikeout of the game, and here's Nick Markakis. Nick grounded out his first time up, 1 for 8 lifetime off Rogers. And foul that one back, 1 to drive right there. Jonathan Scope, that's an exciting entry into the major leagues. You lash one to center, and the next guy up brings you home and a home run. That'll make you feel good about yourself, night number 1. 0-1 count. And the off-speed delivery locked him up. It's in there, 0-2.
Yeah, you really kind of have to wonder when you look at Nick Markakis, the broken hand, the hamate bone injury, if it hasn't affected him this year. You know, early start, but just hasn't been able to have the kind of bat speed that we normally see from him. And you wonder if it, you know, probably just trying to play through an injury, or maybe not as strong because of the rehab he had to do in the offseason to get the hand well. And it's your front hand. When that goes, pretty tough to hit.
0-2 count. Power numbers, of course, have been way down for Nick, and he told us when we had an interview with him a few weeks ago, you know, just not happy. I know the production, it's not what I wanted it to be. And says you're just going to have those kind of seasons. Says for all major leaguers, not every year is going to be a continuation of the last one. He just wants, when this one's over, to come back and throttle things back up again. Rogers cleaning the shoes out there with the 0-2 count.
Yeah, that is one of the problems with being as consistent as he has. I mean, close to, look, a couple of ticks under 300 lifetime batting average, double machine, occasional power, Gold Glove right fielder. He's had a terrific year in the outfield. Maybe his best ever.
And a lot of players would give their right arm to hit 269 in a season, which is where Nick is at right now. 10 home runs, 57 RBIs. It's just, as Jim says, for him, you base it on past numbers, and he's been better.
Yeah, and the other thing I look at, I just look at what kind of bat speed, you know, where you're getting, and I think because he doesn't have it, he's probably swinging a few more pitches out of the zone than you normally see.
1-2 delivery, another ground ball to second base. Goings has it, makes the play over, and that will retire the side. But the Orioles get right back in it. Orioles did not have a hit till the rookie came up for his first at bat, Jonathan Scope. He got it, and then Flaherty got him in, and the Orioles make it a 1-run game. 3-2 Jays. lot of pitches have been thrown by Bud Norris so far in the ball game, but when need be, he's been able to find that strikeout, and most of them have either been right at the bottom of the strike zone or not in the strike zone at all. He's fooled hitters on these pitches, and as a result has picked up 5 Ks so far in the game.
Yeah, his big strikeout pitch is that slider, and that's pretty much been the case tonight. Maybe an easier inning, more efficient.
Devin Pillar at the plate, fouls it back. Strikeout victim his first time up. Reyes, and then Kawasaki as we go to the 4th inning. 3 runs on 6 hits for the Blue Jays, 2 runs on 3 hits for the Orioles. Jays have already left 5. Orioles have left 1. And Bud Norris up to the big pitch count of 80. Here's the 1-1 delivery on the way, and that's going to go to second base. Jonathan Scope gets into it defensively as he makes his first play in the infield. Fan Appreciation Week concludes on Sunday with the final game of the regular season, 135 against the Red Sox. That day, the first 25,000 fans 15 and over get the Chris Davis AT&T Fans Choice bobblehead. Gates open 11:30 to accommodate the anticipated early arriving crowd. So get your tickets in advance, 888-848-BIRD, or go to Orioles.com. So again, final game Sunday. Note the gates opening at 11:30. Here's Reyes. Reyes has popped out single. He's picked up an RBI. Gose has the RBI triple. Toll has the RBI single. And Flaherty has a 2-run homer for the Orioles. 1 ball, 1 strike count to Reyes. And the pitch will be taken down low for a ball. Bud Norris this year hitters 281 against him. Last year 254 when all was said and done. Hit hard but right on the ground. Jonathan Scope makes the play again over to Pierce. 2 outs.
Pretty smooth. What I liked about Pillar, didn't run particularly hard, so he just took a couple of throw hops, made sure he made an accurate throw. Reyes runs the ball out, and all of a sudden he gets it there very quickly.
In 3 seasons at the minors for Scope at second base, 209 games, .977 fielding percentage. This season, second base, Norfolk, Gulf Coast League, Aberdeen, 57 games, had a .992 fielding percentage. So he's played second for the Orioles for the most part. He can also play at short. He's even played a game in the outfield, but he's an infielder.
Yeah, he came up with Manny playing Manny Machado, playing shortstop, and Jonathan at second base. And you know, you talked to longtime scout Dean Albany, who lives down in Little Italy, and he would go, I want to see 2 guys in the minor leagues pick it.
Yep.
Machado at short and Jonathan Scope at second base.
1-1 delivery on the way, and that rattles the cage. Clevenger.
Just trying to catch up with the fastball and right off the middle of the mast. Kawasaki jammed the last time, so have an easy inning. Throw a strike right here, and he did.
Count at a ball and 2 strikes from Norris.
Yeah, the one thing that Bud, and I was talking to R.A. Dickey, and we would mention the fact that last year 20-6, 2.73 ERA in the National League. He said, when you come to the American League East and you pitch in this league, it's a wake-up call. And so for Bud Norris, I think that's why, spring training next year, it's going to be, okay, can I come up with either a little bit more of a curveball, work on my changeup? Because when you try to go through and wade yourself through these lineups, not an easy task.
Orioles are 6-2 in the 8 starts he's made for them this year. That'll be a base hit into left center field. McLouth over. So Kawasaki's on again. Double single in 3 times to the plate. And again 2 down and a runner on for Toronto. He picked up Reyes' RBI, came with 2 down. Both RBIs in the 3rd inning came with 2 down. Brett Laurie coming to the plate. He reached on a walk, stole second in the 3rd inning, and then would come around to score a run. Laurie These 2 games now, 1 hit in 7 at bats. Kawasaki digs back in to get to first base. Guttern with a pretty good lead over there. Not moving, and the pitch will be taken for a strike. This series will wrap up tomorrow night. Miguel Gonzalez, Mark Burley scheduled to go. 6:30 goes extra. 7 o'clock for the ball game. Final game of the season against the Jays. Back comes Kawasaki. Orioles hoping it'll be a chance to win the season series. They got to win tonight in order to set that matchup tomorrow.
Yeah, 7 out of 8 if he chooses to run.
That's going to get away. He won't have to. He may get all the way to third base. Scopes over to get it. Long throw to third. They let it go. Not in time. 2-base error.
Yeah, a little snap throw, but right into the runner. So if you're Steve Pearce, you have to reach across him. Arm's not long enough, and here he comes.
So the Orioles charged with the error number 49 on the year. That one puts a runner in scoring position at third with 2 down and a 0-2 count on Lowry.
And Lowry can run.
One almost got away too.
And one of the problems, I still remember when John Farrell became manager of Toronto before he went to the Red Sox this year. He said this guy can make a ground ball to third base exciting because of his speed. So a lot of pressure on the defense.
1-2 delivery on the way. By the way, the Orioles still very much within the ability to make that all-time mark. Fewest errors committed. That number is 65. Fewest errors ever in a season. The Orioles now with 49, including that throw. So, boy, barring some big defensive slump, the Orioles will put together the best in that department ever. 1-2 delivery. Lowry will take it down the line and right. Nick Markakis. Nick's got it. Lowry's retired, and so are the Jays. No runs, 1 hit, an error, another runner left on in scoring position. My Chevrolet, find new roads. Chris Davis is going to be coming to the plate. Extra base hit, American League leader. 94. Way ahead of Mike Trout. Miguel Cabrera, Longoria. As Chris pounding out, of course, the major league lead in home runs as well.
Yeah, I saw Jim Gentile, who's in town, and I said, what do you think about Chris Davis? He said, and he had 46 for the Orioles. He goes, boy, is he strong.
Cut right there as he was a strikeout victim his first time up. Chris would wouldn't mind leaving this one out. Chris Davis He's now topped the mark in strikeouts, a club record. Mark Reynolds had 196 in 2011. Chris now has 197. So a new mark in Ks for the Orioles. That one's going to be popped up the other way. Shortstop Reyes had the angle on it. Davis is retired. One down here in the 4th inning. When the Orioles win, everyone wins all season long. When the Orioles win and score 5 or more runs, you get 50% off regular menu price online orders at papajohns.com. Just enter promo code Orioles5. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, valid at participating Baltimore area Papa John's. Steve Pearce getting the start at first base in the ball game with Davis DHing. Ooh, tagged that one way back left field, and goodbye! Tie game! Pearce with the long ball gets the Orioles even at 3.
Wow, that's what he does when he's healthy. Wrist injuries all year long for Steve, who led the Orioles in home runs in spring training. Boy, he jumps all over that hanging slider. It's only his 6th at bat since the 21st of August. A lot of high fives and fist bumps. You could see a little spinning room service slider. And I tell you what, he got out there in a hurry and he hit it on the end of the bat. That's how strong he is.
So Steve Pearce, number 4 in the home run department, and his 10th RBI. And the Orioles have tied the ball game up, and the pitch will be taken up high. Friday grounded out his first time up. Here's the 1-1 delivery to him.
Yeah, got a 3-2 fastball. Actually hit it pretty hard, but Goins was standing right there in the hole.
Friday with major league experience with Minnesota, the Mets, the Phillies. Ground ball up the middle. He's got a base hit. So Friday on with a single with one away, and the Orioles get a potential go-ahead run on at first base.
Yeah, a lot of people, especially some of my former managers, would get a little bit irritated if you ever threw a 2-strike base hit. But it's you'll want to throw it. You just don't want to kind of hang it, and he does. And so the Orioles coming alive here with the bats. They're struggling for a while.
Getting Rogers timed up. With a runner on, Clevenger will be coming to the plate, and the bullpen begins to move about a little bit.
Well, last inning it was fastballs. Shope got his major league hit. Aaron Loop got at least stretching out there, and then Ryan Flaherty belted a fastball. In this inning, it's the breaking balls.
Runner goes, ground ball to first, and that will be foul. Caprati taking off. Hit and run, run and hit. Clevenger trying to go to that right side.
And he's looking at Bobby Dickerson as he's flashing the signs. Orioles third base coach.
Clevenger got moved all over the place. There's Bobby down at third. 4 minor league stops this year between the Cubs and the Orioles organizations. Another Baltimore chop. Who's going to get to first? Nobody. Safe. Ball dropped anyway, but he would have beaten it out.
Well, I don't know what Adam Lynn is thinking about. There is no possible way you're going to have a play at second. And by hesitating and looking at second base on a high chopper, he plays an out into a single. You're right. Here's the Baltimore chop, and just catch it, turn and throw to the front. But he looks at second, and actually the pitcher will beat the second baseman over there. Goins should have been able to take the throw, but Rogers kind of interferes with him.
It will be a base hit for Clevenger and the Orioles with runners at first and second now and 1 down. The bullpen is active. Aaron Luke is up in the bullpen, and Pete Walker, the pitching coach, out to the mound. So the Orioles, who had been behind, did not have a hit until that 3rd inning when Jonathan Scope got the base hit. He's fired up the engines. The Orioles, the 2-run homer by Flaherty. which, by the way, was a Utah Street shot. He put that out onto Utah Street.
Well, it got out really quickly.
Now the Orioles got a chance to get the lead back after the homer by Pierce has tied it up here in the 4th inning. There you see the Orioles 0 for 2, 3 for 10 on the other side for the Jays. Scope ground ball back to the mound. Rogers, there's one. Relay Gomes, and they turn the double play. So the Orioles will pick up a run on 3 hits. There'll be 1 base runner left on, and this ball game is now tied at 3. Antwerpen Toyota. Come to Antwerpen to take the Yes test today. Visit any Antwerpen dealership and find out if you pass. And by Chevrolet, find new roads. Gary Thorne, Jim Palmer here. Bud Norris, the Orioles starter, out of the ball game.
Well, he can really battle them, and again, there's some balls hit very softly, and they found some holes. But we'll just hope that his arm will be fine, and again, he's going to be a bit part of the Orioles starting rotation. T.J. McFarland, Rule 5 guy, out of the Cleveland Indian organization. You give him $50,000, has to stay on the roster, and he has. And it just seems like, you can look at the numbers, done a nice job. And the more he pitches, the more you get impressed. Sinker baller, a little bit of a slider, and a nice little changeup. And when he's around the knees and gets you to hit the ball on the ground, very, very effective.
So T.J. McFarland will come on. Norris leaving non-decisioned here in a 3-3 ball game. Lind, Davis, and Ghost will be due up for Toronto. The Orioles have come back to get this ball game tied as we go to the 5th inning. Adam Lind against the left-handers, hitting just 200, 107 points lower than the other way. So of course he gets a base hit. That'll go off the wall. Nick Markakis will play it cleanly. First pitch to Lind, and he's on with a single to lead off the 5th inning. Our PNC Minor League report brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you. For Wada, it looks as though he will not be joining the ball club here in the final week. There you see this season with Norfolk.
Well, they signed him along with Wei-Yin Chen last year, and before he even pitches any games, he has the Tommy John surgery. So, what, about 16 months he's back and pitching very well his last 8 starts. It'll be very interesting to see if he comes back next year.
That's going to go to short. Hardy bobbles.
Well, that's a base hit. I don't know how they'll score it, but there is no possible way he was going to throw out Raji Davis.
How about Lind at second?
I think in the hole would have been tough.
Okay, fair. And it is a base hit. E6. They do get him an error. I'm sorry.
Boy, that's a tough play. You just have to assume he's going to be able to backhand it. I mean, again, when you're that good, and J.J. Hardy, the Gold Glover, I guess they expect for him to make that play.
Second error committed by the Orioles tonight puts runners on at first and second base. Gose, who had the RBI triple his last time up against McFarland's bunting, or trying, and dropped it foul at the plate on the attempt. Gose has a 200 average against lefties, 281 off righties. He's trying to lay a bunt down at third. Flaherty getting just his second game in here at third base as a starter this year. Trying to play that tough angle.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to worry about Lynn. He doesn't have a lot of speed at second. But if Gose makes a good bunt with his speed, it'd be tough to be able to throw him out if you're not in a little bit farther.
Gose to me is the ideal candidate for becoming a great drag bunter. If you can, as a left-hander, with that speed he's got, if you can place it somewhere between the mound and first base.
Well, you would think he'd be able to do it in his sleep, because that would be one of his strengths.
The drive defense is crazy. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Not bunting here, down to first and foul.
That reminds me a little of Mickey Rivers. And, he was an impact player, both with the Yankees, the Angels, and the Mick could do that. Plus defender. The guy that you're not seeing is Colby Rasmus, who had a very, very nice year for him. Great September before he was actually hit in the face underneath the eye by Anthony Gose. And so he's fine. Apparently, no vision problems, no concussion problems.
Thank goodness for that. Here's the 1-2 delivery on the way, and that'll be inside by McFarland. So McFarland stepping into trouble right away as Lynn went after his first pitch and got the base hit. Then the error allowing Davis to reach 2 on and nobody out, and goes up outfield rather, moves in a couple of steps and over towards the left. And give him that right field line. Infield also plays him to pull. 2 ball, 2 strike delivery. That'll be in the dirt.
A little change up and misses. So now all of a sudden you're a couple of guys on, nobody out. This is why relieving is so difficult. You come in and don't really know what's working the best because you haven't had a chance to use all your pitches. First one was whacked off the wall, and then there was an error, and probably the right pitch to throw here is a 3-2 slider, but can you throw it for a strike? You haven't thrown one yet.
3 ball, 2 strike count. Nobody out. Runners not going. And he got him. So he goes down swinging.
Yeah, he doesn't go with anything but the 88-mile-per-hour sinker with some good late life. Nice little target. Hits it.
So one of the outs he needs right there. Now with 1 away, Toll coming up. Already a big night for the catcher. He's singled twice, scored a run, and has driven in a run in the ball game. McFarland with 1 out, looking for the ground ball, and it'll be inside. For McFarland against Toronto this year, this is game number 5. 7 2/3 innings. Toronto has scored 7 runs on 10 hits against him. 3 walks, a couple of strikeouts. So
I think there might have been a grand slam earlier in the year.
Yes.
Thrown in there.
Yes, there was.
Yeah. Well, that'll take care of 4 quick ones.
1-0 count. Runners on first and second base. That's going to go to left field. Here comes McLeod. He'll make the catch. Runners get back. 2 down.
Yeah, Nate gets, the single on the ground and the little jam shot that fell in front. So he's playing very shallow. It becomes a routine play with his speed. Nice positioning.
So now McFarland a chance to get out of this with the first 2 having reached, but now there are 2 down. Goings has singled and struck out. 5-game hit streak for Ryan Goings and an RBI chance. McFarland delivers to him, and a strike on the inside corner. There are the base runners. Lynn had the single. Davis with the error charge, allowing him to reach. So you get real good speed on that second runner, Davis. Here's the 0-1 delivery to him. That's going to go in the hole into left field. Lynn will make the turn. They're going to wave him home. Now they hold him up. Throw all the way in. He had no chance of scoring on that one.
Yeah, Luis Rivera, the third base coach, who was thinking about sending him, so you let him go as hard as he can just in case there's a bobble. And then a nice little at bat here by Ryan Goins, a little slider. And this is what John Gibbons, his skipper, likes. But here again, I mean, he gets a good jump. He's kind of putting the brakes on already, but running as hard as he can until he's stopped.
So the bases are loaded with 2 out. Kevin Pillar, who has grounded out and struck out, their number 9 hitter, playing in left, looking for his first hit of the series, 0 for 6 in the 2 games. And the pitch is taken away. And there are the base runners. Lynn single, Davis error, going single. 3-3 game. And that's going to go to short, and Hardy's right there to haul it in. So no runs on 2 hits and an error. The bases are left loaded. 3-3. Drive of the game.
Yeah, this ball gets driven. Fastball, going to make it 3-2. Orioles trailing by 1 at the time until Pierce hits his home run, but he just smoked it.
Ryan Flaherty gets his first ever onto Utah Street and his 9th home run of the season. The 2 RBI shot came in the 3rd inning. Flaherty bats here as we go to the bottom half of the 5th. And Ryan will take the pitch for a strike. Rogers, their starter, a walk and 2 strikeouts. So there's the pitch count at 62. The 0-1. Our drive of the game brought to you by Lexus of Towson, the Baltimore area's #1 Lexus dealer. Come see why they're #1. LexusofTowson.com. Continues to up his numbers against Toronto. And the pitch will be taken up high. 2 ball, 1 strike count. Two-1 delivery on the way, and that's going to be there. That'll even the count up at 2-2. Orioles 6-game losing streak. They look to end here in this ball game tonight. 2-2 delivery. Like to move up into that 3rd spot in the East. Flaherty's going to move on to first base as he gets the leadoff walk. 2nd walk Rogers has surrendered. Time for the 5th inning home run bonus. This inning only. Today's Maryland Lottery hit a big contestant of the game. Gets $500 for any Orioles home run. Warren Parks, you've already won $1,100 today. For all the latest info on new games, current promotions, and second chance contests, go to mdlottery.com. Nate McLeod looking for a bunt at 3rd. Brett Lawrie moves in against him. A double and a walk for McLeod so far.
Typically, if you're a left-handed hitter, you're on the mound. You're looking for him to try to hit a ball into right field.
Runner goes, hit and run, ground ball, second base. Only play is going to be at first. Goings will make the play. Flaherty will move up, and there's one down. Tune into the Mid-Atlantic Sports Report coming your way tomorrow, 5 to 6:30. Tom Davis, Mel Anton, and Dave Johnson, Phil Wood. They'll have the pregame coverage of the Orioles and Jays game. Batting practice look-ins, player sound, scouting reports, and more. Plus, Mel Anton takes a look at a few players who will be playing in their final games as the season ends and retirement approaches. That's tomorrow at 5 on MASN. J.J. Hardy hit into a double play and is struck out. And Hardy will take the slider outside. Orioles potential go-ahead run at second, one away. JJ, after his first hit in this ball game, couple of hits last night. Here's the 1-0 delivery to him, and then it'll be fouled off. Yes, foul ball at the plate.
And the 2 hits last night were on sliders. One up, one down and away, kind of threw the bat at it and hit it into left field.
Cleveland's got a 4-1 lead on the White Sox as they look to solidify their spot. Second wild card team. Tampa Bay leads the Yankees 3-2 in the fourth. They're the first wild card team. 1-1 delivery on the way, and that's a base hit up the middle. Hit hard, goes. Gets it back in. Runner will stay at third. Arms up.
Yeah, he plays really shallow, and I mean this ball just I assume it was some kind of hanging breaking ball, and he just smacks it right back up the middle. And you can see Ryan Flaherty a little late break. I'm not sure if he thought somebody was playing behind him, wanted to get through. I don't think he's going to score anyway.
Bobby Dickerson wisely holds him up. Lane Kirby getting the signs from Dickerson along with Hardy. So the Orioles runners at first and third, one away, and Nick Markakis has grounded out to second base twice. Pete Walker will make another visit to the mound from the dugout for Toronto.
Slowly.
Very slowly. Second time up in the bullpen for Aaron Loup.
I say you would imagine it would not take him on a really nice night long to get loose.
71 thrown by Ismael Rogers in the ball game. This is situational and time for the pen.
Well, you got back-to-back lefties with Chris Davis on deck, so that'll give Rogers a chance to try to get out of the inning or get an out. And then maybe match up lefty versus lefty.
Nick Markakis, 242, runners in scoring position this year, one down. Hardy back to the bag.
Well, there's an inexperienced major league pitcher. But JJ doesn't run a whole lot. It's just like circumstances. Hey, I'm going to keep him close, even though he's already close.
Gets any closer, he'll be playing first.
Yeah, John Gibbons coming back next year, former catcher. Still a little bit winded from last night when he had to go out to right field. He says, why does the manager have to go all the way out on injuries? We have a trainer.
That's right. He's right.
He's made a great point.
One down, and the delivery will be taken down low for a ball.
Well, there's a good take by Nick. And
we said last night, John gets out there, what he's going to do? He's going to say, how are you? He already knows he's not good.
Right. That was his point.
He turns around, comes back. 1-0 count. Runners on at first and third.
No, I told him, DeMarlo Hale, the bench coach with the Orioles last year, came walking by, and I go, that's your job.
You go out there.
You get out there.
This is DeMarlo.
You go out there, and John's going to be thinking of things. He doesn't want to be running all the way out to right center field.
Third throw with Hardy at first base.
Wow.
Runner goes, hit and run, fouled away. Markakis protecting, so he reached out over the plate as the Orioles try and stay out of that ground ball double play. Markakis has grounded into 14 double plays this season. Machado and Jones lead the Orioles in that department at 15. 1-1 delivery to him. Nick, the slow roller. Again, a pitch that was away. And a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Flaherty, the lead runner at third base. There's Hardy over at first, only one away. Rogers really slowing it down here against Nick Markakis as Davis waits on deck. See if Hardy goes again. 1-2, not running. Pitch will be up high and almost got away.
Well, it's almost like he crossed him up. Obviously he didn't, or he'd be out to the mound, but he caught it like the ball was going by him. I mean, it's on it. That ball almost gets right by him. Again, we talked earlier, he's usually catching a knuckleballer.
Saw John Gibbons whistling to him over there to get his attention, the catcher. And they're going to go out to the mound again. Markakis waiting on the 2-2. Broken back ground ball. And it's a base hit into right field, and the Orioles get the lead. Nick Markakis, a shattered bat. Flaherty will score. Over to third goes Hardy, and the Orioles are on top 4-3.
No, he does make a good pitch. Goins playing towards second base because of the double play in order, and therefore he's got to go a long way. You can see him diving into our picture frame right here, former shortstop. And when you make the dive, hard to get the glove exactly where you want. Here comes John Gibbons ambling. That's what you do when you're from Texas. You amble to the mound, and he's going to take Rogers out.
Wouldn't matter where John was from. He'd still be ambling. Starter out.
Yeah, so he struggles a little bit. I mean, through everything, and didn't really walk a lot of people, but a lot of hitters counts, a lot of extended at bats, and Again, not a whole lot of pitches, but the Orioles not scoring a lot of runs. They do it tonight with 4, and Aaron Loup comes on. So pretty good against lefties. There is the total number on the year, 2.33 ERA. So 2 1/3 runs over the last 50 games. Lefties 196. It doesn't really, I guess it doesn't really apply to Chris Davis, who's 2 for 5 lifetime off him. But this is one of those matchup things. And Orioles certainly fly ball gets a run. He's looking for a strikeout, of course.
Only one away, and he flails at the sidearm delivery from way over on the first base side. Chris hitting .234 off the lefties and .317 off right-handers. For Chris, much of September has been a home run or nothing. He's hitting .207, does have 5 long balls. Stays in, drives it to center field. Going back is Ghost. Way back, way back. It'll hit at the 410 mark, go up and over, and it's a ground rule double. RBI, Hardy will score. Markakis will have to stop at third. Davis a double, and gives the Orioles a 2-run lead.
Yeah, the home run, the 52nd home run down in Tampa Bay was a high breaking ball off of Chris Archer. Check out this hanging breaking ball in the middle of the plate, speeds up the bat. This one hangs a little bit, so he stays right behind it. And boy, that's in the danger zone when he does that. Hit it a long way for a ground rule double.
So the Orioles, 2 runs in the inning, giving them the 2-run lead. First base open. Pierce, who delivered a home run in the 4th inning, will draw the intentional pass from Loup. Run will be charged to Rogers. He's also responsible for Markakis at third base. And Priddy will be coming up with the bases loaded. For Chris Davis in the RBI department now, he's again tied Miguel Cabrera. They are tied for the league lead with 137, and it's between the 2 of them. Adam Jones is third with 106. Chris is going to win the home run crown. He's got 52. Cabrera at 44. But Cabrera, his chance for a second Triple Crown award's not going to happen because of the home runs. And maybe even in the RBI department. So the base is loaded. Orioles having a big 5th inning. Friday coming up, he delivered a single, and he is grounded out. Markakis a single on at third. Davis the double at second. Intentional walk Pierce at first base. Friday before this season in the major league level, he had 121 games of major league service. Sidearm delivery and a swing and a miss. Over that time, a .230 major league hitter, .276 minor league totals. He's had 5 major league home runs. The delivery to him, and it'll be laughed.
Wow.
Foul into the seats.
There's some people applauding, so somebody either got out of the way or had brought their glove. That is a screamer. Now Loup looking for a strikeout. Right out of Double-A last year to the big leagues. And he's primarily been a reliever his whole career, minor league, big league. And Jason trying to make contact.
0-2 delivery. Priddy will ground that one down to first base. It may stay fair. It does. Tag will be put on. It's an RBI. Scoring is Markakis. And the Orioles have a 6-3 lead.
Well, there goes the 4-run mark as they go zooming by that. 17 out of last 21, 4 runs or less. They're up to 6. Nice little at bat. Certainly didn't hit it hard, but he kept it in play. Did not strike out.
So the Orioles came into the inning tied. 3 RBIs. Markakis, Davis, and Priddy. Now 2 in scoring position. Clevenger will take the pitch outside for a ball. Ishmael Rogers will be charged with all 6 of the runs.
Yeah, their 2-run 3rd inning started with a walk. This one started with a walk to Ryan Flaherty. Home run had a lot to do with that.
1-0 count. And inside. to the Orioles against Rogers. Hit a pitcher who came in red hot. Rogers had a disastrous August with a 7.66 ERA. It turned it around in September. Came in with a 2.01 ERA, and hitters are only 154 batting average against him this month. That pitch is going to be there for a strike. Loop almost ends up playing first base on that delivery. Boy, comes a long way over.
He's 6 feet, listed at a little bit over 200 pounds. Just imagine if he was 6'3", 6'4", stepping almost into the Oriole dugout.
Clevenger will get it off the handle to left field. Pilar's there and will put it away. But a big 3-run inning for the Orioles here in the 5th, and now the O's are up here in Game 2 of this series by 3. At Camden Yards tonight, Gary Thorne along with Jim Palmer, and talking about the potential starters. Norris's opportunity, you think, for next season? What's he got to do?
I think he's got to come up with a changeup. You know, he's got good stuff, and I'd look at him. I go, this guy's got to be better than he has been. Not that he's been bad. I mean, he battles you. He's athletic. He does a lot of things right for you, but he's got to be able to slow the bat down, and that's what spring training's for. You know, have a nice off season, get the forearm well, but it's kind of Oriole baseball tonight. They're down by 3. They always score runs for Bud Norris. Their average home is 6. Well, all of a sudden you get the 2-run home run onto Utah Street by Flaherty. You get the Pierce home run, who we know hits home runs when he's healthy. He's had a tough year with wrist injuries. And then you get the 3 runs here in the 5th inning. So all of a sudden, doubles and home runs, something you've been waiting for the Orioles to do all September.
Lions and Tigers and Bears, ho ho hee hee ha ha. They're putting them on here tonight, and the Oriole bats have come alive. And a bit ironic, it would be Jonathan Scope who had started out. The Orioles did not have a hit till he came up in the 3rd inning for his first major league at bat, got that base hit, and since then Orioles offense has just taken off.
And it wasn't a softie, it was a bullet into center field.
DJ McFarland, the benefactor of the runs, now becomes the pitcher of record for the Orioles as he worked his way out of a jam in that 5th inning when the first 2 reached and nobody scored. So McFarland working here in the 6th inning. Reyes at the top of the order, a 2-0 delivery to him, and Reyes will take it outside for a ball.
Yeah, he was not particularly sharp, and I'm sure the Orioles think there's already action up in their bullpen. I mean, they're certainly aware of that. Want to win it, because if you win tonight, that'll be your 82nd win. Guarantees you'll be over 500. There's a ball right on the borderline pitch on the corner, but single, couple of singles, there was an error, and then the vicious line drive to Pilar hit right at Hardy to get out of the inning. So it wasn't one of those 1, 2, 3.
3-1 and a strike on the outside corner.
Well, you can see how Jose Reyes doing what leadoff hitters do, and that's trying to get on. I think he thinks this ball is outside, and it was.
Reyes 253 right, 308 left-handed, and a chopper bounces up and hits him in the batter's box. It's foul. Count will stay at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Stinson in the bullpen for the Orioles.
Boy, did he have a nice road trip. out of the bullpen.
Drabek. Kyle Drabek for the Jays. Here's the 3-2 delivery on the way, and he's on. He looked back a couple of times to make sure. That's a leadoff walk here in the 6th inning. Time for our AT&T Mobility Trivia Fact this season. 28 pitchers with 200+ innings from 1962 to 80. There's been at least one pitcher with 300+ innings, none since. Pretty amazing. I didn't realize it's been that long a period of time.
Yeah, game has changed. Chris Tillman, but he's up to 201, I think, in the 3rd innings. That's the first time he's been able to do that. And not only do it, but do it so effectively. The Toronto hitters were talking about Chris's performance, and they were saying even better than they ended up beating him up in Toronto. But last night, just the 1 run, 9 strikeouts, only 1 walk.
Now a question whether McFarland has a little problem going here, as Castro will come out. Clevenger came out to talk to him too.
Well, he's a finesse pitcher in the sense that he has to keep the ball down, and the first pitch he throws to Lynn is a bullet off the wall because he got it up, and Goins gets a ball up, a little slider, and hits it into left field, and then luckily he gets out of the inning. So they are well aware. Doesn't mean he can't throw a double play ball, because that's what he does. I mean, he throws the ball on the ground when he's on his game, but scuffling a little bit tonight.
Kawasaki with a 1-0 count. Flaherty in at 3rd, no bunt shown, and a strike is taken. Kawasaki 0 for 5 in his career against T.J. McFarland. A 6-3 lead. Each team's put 9 hits up on the board. 1-1 delivery on the way, and a quick cut. Foul tipped into the mitt.
Yeah, he's a slasher. Against the Orioles, let's see, he got a home run. That was off Tommy Hunter. Cutter, that was up in Toronto. Game winner against Jim Johnson in Toronto. Both in the same series earlier in the season.
Runner goes, 1-2 delivery, slow roller. Only play at first. McFarland will have to hustle it, can't pick it up. Runner goes to 3rd. Good base running by Reyes. He was watching the play in front of him, and when McFarland bobbled, he just kept right on going.
No, that's what he brings, and the horrific ankle injury early on started out like a house of fire. Jose Reyes, and then got hurt in game number 11. So what? This ball goes about 30 feet. Lead off walk, and then heads up base running easily. Not even a throw.
So there will be a base hit credited to Kawasaki on it. T.J. McFarland's coming out of the ball game. Runners on at 1st and 3rd here in the 6th inning with nobody out. Orioles up.
Yeah, and only one of those to start. Actually, a game against Toronto where it's hard to say. You throw 4 home runs in a game and he didn't pitch well, but the only runs he gave up were on the home run ball. And those are the only home runs he threw all year long. So you can see lefty's only hitting .053. Our Bloomberg numbers tell you. I mean, the fastball out of the bullpen almost unhittable. Nice mix of sliders, and then he'll throw occasional curveball and changeup. So he's got 4 pitches, which is why he is comfortable starting. And again, I didn't realize that he could throw as hard as he could, and so that's a nice little number there.
So Josh Stenson first and third. Nobody out. And the pitch will be taken for a strike. Brett Lowry at the plate. He has walked, scored 0 for 2 in the ball game and 0 for 7 in the first 2 games of the series.
Well, this is all about big inning control right here. So even if you have to give up a run, with Reyes at third and runner at first with nobody out.
Ooh, hit him. No way to get out of the way of that one. And they are loaded.
Well, he dives, but this isn't about Brett Lowry trying to cover the outside corner. 6th time he's hit this year. This ball just has no place to go but right in the ribs. So that's the last thing you wanted to do with Lynn coming to the plate.
So Lynn will stand in with the bases loaded, nobody out. The Orioles picking up 3 runs in the last half inning to get the lead, and now Toronto threatening to come back and score in their half of the 6th. 3 grand slams you see in his career with the bases loaded. Stenson's delivery to him, and a swing and a miss, and a pitch almost in the dirt, skimming across the top of the plate. Orioles will play their double play depth with nobody out. A lot of people on the field right now. And Lynn, a slow roller. Flaherty, there's one. Jonathan Scope, they turn 2. A run will score as Reyes crosses. It'll make it a 6-4 ball game, but there are now 2 down.
Oh, nice little pitch right there. We saw Lynn hit a couple balls into left field for base hits. This fastball has late run on it, so couldn't quite center it. And then Flaherty, Ryan does a nice job anywhere he plays. He's good defender. Nice little 5 to 4 to 3 double play. 2 outs.
Kawasaki moves over to third base, and Raja Davis will stand in. Grounded out, struck out, reached on an error, and will take it inside for a ball. So exactly what the Orioles had hoped for. They get off the bat of Lynn, able to pick up that double play. Now try to end it right here and not allow any more to score. 1-0 delivery, and lashed out on the pitch away. 1-1.
Yeah, if you can live on the outside corner at 93, and I mean the outside corner. Played 17 inches wide. Take the diameter of the baseball. You can add another couple of inches, so the plate can get to 21. And there's a nice slider. Yep.
1 ball, 2 strike count from Josh Stenson.
No, the reason you try to pitch low and away, and he did the pitch before this at 93, is to set up this slider. Because the slider, the good one, and he does have a good slider, looks exactly like your fastball. And then it just moves down, depending on your height, what your arm angle is.
And a swing and a miss. He got him. Davis retired. Only 1 run will be scored, and the bases were loaded with nobody out. It is a 6-4 ball game.
Jays when Ryan Flaherty hits his 9th home run onto Utah Street. 3-2, now 3-3. Steve Pearce, 6th at bat since the end of August because of wrist problems. And then right here, 3-run inning, a little roller into right field. Goins can't catch it off the bat of Markakis. And then Chris Davis, the double, drives in the 5th run. Orioles will add another run to make it 6-3. Rogers goes 4 in the 3rd. Norris goes 4 innings. So neither of the pitchers in the ball game as we speak. And Kyle Drabek coming on to pitch for the Jays. Geico saving people money on more than just car insurance.
Kyle Drabek going through Tommy John surgery, making his way back to the major leagues this season. Pitched at about every level in his rehab, all the way from Dunedin up to New Hampshire and then AAA Buffalo. Came on against Minnesota the 7th of this month. First game he'd pitched since June of 2012. Drabek had been and still is promising young pitcher, 25 years old. The Jays had hoped he was going to be one of the centerpiece starters for this team. 1-0 delivery, and the pitch is taken for a strike. Jonathan Schoop up. The rookie getting a hit. 2nd pitch seen. First time at bat. Congratulations coming his way from the Norfolk Tides and all his teammates and the management and coaches there.
Yeah, Drabek, who made his major league debut, did that game back on the 15th of September back in 2010, and there was a lot of wow factor.
Ball hit deep to center field. Has he done it? Way back at the wall. Norfolk stand up. Goodbye home run in his first major league game and his 3rd major league at bat. Jonathan Schoop's got a homer.
Well, he's certainly well rested. Hadn't played all month and hitting like it. This ball is absolutely crushed. Talk about a big-time major league debut home run. That was deep to center up into the seats. I mean, this is pretty much like the single up the middle, except he backspins it, and it doesn't come down for a long, long time.
So Jonathan Schoop making an impressive entry. Why do I think he probably is not going to sleep tonight? There's the baseball. The gentleman right there in the green shirt's got it, and they'll probably get that back to Jonathan for a souvenir. 1 ball, 1 strike count. And the pitch will be taken away, so Drabek greeted with a home run. First batter he faces. Schoop had 9 homers, 289 plate appearances while playing 2nd and short for the Tides this season. And the pitch will be taken up high. Delivers one in his first at bat here. And the Curacao young man doing the kind of things that it may be only a game or two, but they are remembered. 3-1 delivery, and Flaherty will foul it off. Bryant's had a big night. He got a home run 3rd inning out onto Utah Street, good for 2 RBIs, and drew a walk, scored in the 5th inning. 3 ball, 2 strike count. The Orioles 7-4 over Toronto, bottom of the 6th inning. Drabek's delivery, and that's down low, and he walked it. So the first 2 on against Drabek. On Friday, help paint the park orange on the final weekend of the regular season. Begins with fireworks night on Friday. There'll be a beautiful postgame fireworks display. Red Sox are in town, 7:05 game. Save on tickets, get them in advance. 888-848-BIRD or go to Orioles.com. Nate McLouth, runner on at first base. He has doubled. Drawn a walk and grounded out.
Yeah, when we saw Drabek coming up, and he's had a couple of Tommy John surgeries, I mean, he threw 95, 96, good sinker, 4-seamer, big curveball, great changeup. A major debut, he would lose 4-1, but he'd only give up 3 runs. Pitched well. Couldn't get him a lot of support, but and then a series of arm problems.
Flaherty off first base. 1-0 delivery on the way to McLeod. Oh, that hit Drabek in the leg. Play will be made at first on a 1-3 putout by Lynn. Bigger question, is Drabek all right?
Well, that's a pretty solid shot. I mean, just a BB. I'm not sure if it got the right or the left leg, but maybe the right calf. And then a nice play by Lynn. He'll come in and catch this deflection and then tag McLeod as he's going by.
You can see John Gibbons really said, come on, this isn't a game that's going to decide anything, so let's not leave.
Yeah, he doesn't want to leave. And you go back in the annals of baseball history of guys that have favored legs and hurt their arms. After 2 Tommy John surgeries, you are going to be better safe than sorry.
So Drabek works only a third of an inning. He'll be charged with the home run. And the runner on his responsibility. Orioles up 7-4. Coming out of the ball game, Jeffries will get as much time as he needs to warm up. The Orioles have the 7-4 lead, and on our Wired Wednesday, we had a chance to talk to the skipper Buck Showalter before the ball game as he looks now ahead. I asked him, what are the biggest decisions, in your opinion, the Orioles have to make for next year?
I think that we got to continue to do the things we do well, and we could talk about that. But also, we got to pitch better, Gary, and to think you're going to get that through a free agency or a bunch of trades, you're going to end up robbing from Peter to pay Paul. So from my perspective, what I do for this organization, I'm going to try to make what we have better.
So they'll be looking throughout the organization, and you hope that some of the injuries that kept people out of games, you got some people around here who have certainly got a chance to be great starters.
Well, we've said
pitchers.
we've said that for a number of years, and to me, it's very frustrating as a former pitcher who came up like a lot of these younger guys, and that Arrieta, they couldn't coach him up, and he's now a Cub because he had a power arm. But part of that is his responsibility, certainly. Zach Britton talked to him today. What are you going to do this winter? Brian Manis was your former #1 draft choice. So all of a sudden, you're just kind of looking at guys that you would like to see better. Miguel Gonzalez, Tillman has really stepped up. I mean, I don't think it's a surprise after the way he pitched last year. But Gary, you know as well as I do, you're going to have an ongoing career. You have to build on what you did, and he's been able to do that. 9-3 to 16 wins easily. Scotty McGregor kind of walked by today, and he said any run support for Chris Tillman probably would have been a 20-game winner this year.
Wei-Yin Chen has had his struggles here in the second half. Not sure about that. Certainly, Kevin Gausman's got an opportunity to be an outstanding starter. He'll get the opportunity next year. And you got to pitch to win. We've called it our shilling stat as we've gone along, because Kurt once talked about, if you want to know what the standings are, go back and see how many starts you got from your projected starters at the beginning of the season. Well, here's what it looks like right now. From the projected starters, the number of starts they've made, Tigers are right at the top. Then you got the Yankees, who are still in a race. I mean, they're not going to get to the wild card, but they stayed in it. The Royals probably going to go. The Red Sox have got the best record in the league, and the Rays who are going to go. So there's not really an anomaly in there. And you take a look at what happens when you don't get the starts. The Astros, the worst team in baseball. Now the Rangers are the anomaly in this, in that they, while they're at the bottom in that regard, have a real chance at going to the postseason. Then you have the Twins, the White Sox, and Jays, all who've lost a ton of ball games this season.
But they've really struggled in September because of the lack of starting pitching. Holland's 9-9. Colby Lewis hasn't pitched. Matt Harrison missed the whole year with a bad back, so they've had their problems. You know, I mean, Buck's right on. You just have to get the guys you have. Maybe you acquire a pitcher or two, if possible, but you need to get a little bit better. And they've done that in the months of September. There's no doubt about that.
Pitch will be taken outside.
So we saw,
Jeffress.
Yeah, we saw him first time last year in Kansas City, and then traded over here in the offseason. So there's the numbers. I mean, not a lot of innings. You can see, just like last year, you know, power arm, ball moves all over the place, control from the mid-90s.
And the delivery will be taken for a strike. 26 years old, out of South Boston, Virginia. Pitching with Kansas City and Milwaukee at the major league level prior to this season. Runner on at second base. Hardy, a single. Run scored, 1 for 3. Orioles up 7-4. They've added a run here in the 6th. Charge to Drabek. And Hardy on a check swing on a bouncer. Did he go? And the answer is no at first.
Yeah, that's the power curveball, and actually had 7 saves with a 1.65 ERA at AAA, and well, certainly didn't break the wrist. Bat traveled about 50-50, maybe 48-52. He gets the call. Certainly like to add as many runs as you can.
2 ball, 1 strike count. Hardy to be followed by Marquez, only 1 away. Jeffress with a delivery, and that's going to be outside. So he falls behind. 3 balls and 1 strike. With only 1 away, the Orioles now 7 runs on 10 hits. The Jays 4 runs on 10 hits. Jays have left 10 on base in this game. The Orioles have left only 4. 3-1 delivery on the way, and a strike in the outside corner. And the other point of what Buck Showalter was talking about that you need to remember, he talked about maintaining what we've done this year. Can you really expect the Orioles to score as many runs, hit as many home runs this year, next year, as they did this year?
Yeah, I think they can. Well, I don't know if Chris Davis is going to hit 52, but I think other guys can be a little bit better.
That's a topper that's going to go foul.
I mean, I look at Matt Wieters. He's having another good year. I mean, how many catchers hit 20 home runs? But he can certainly be a better hitter hitting left-handed, and he has in the past. You know, his better numbers are really, when you look at collectively, right-handed. Adam Jones is doing exactly what he normally does. 32 home runs last year, 31. Hardy 30 home runs, 22 this year, 25. Nick Markakis is certainly a guy that it's not only home runs, but it's doubles and driving in more runs. So
I don't think they can.
Well, probably not maybe home runs. I just think they could score runs in different ways.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Goes to second base. Goings is there. He'll make the play. The one big thing to me that continues to stick out is the fact they've either been last or next to last in walks. You've got to up that on base percentage, I think, as a way to kind of compensate maybe for the home runs that may be down a little bit. And can you really hit that many doubles again? Maybe you can. I mean, that's what they're going to try and do. But boy, it sure would help if you could increase the on-base percentage, make those hits more run-worthy.
Unfortunately,
yeah, I know it's a lineup not exactly conducive.
Yeah, the late Mike Flanagan used to always say when he became general manager, Flanagan would go, "Yeah, we really got to work on that on-base percentage." Every general manager that's come in here, Andy McPhail, has said the same thing.
And fouled off. Yep, that's a tough one. It's not a lineup of players who want to do that. You got Guys who want to hack, and that's resulted in a tremendous offense. In the bullpen, Troy Patton down to third base. Flaherty, there are 2 down. Markakis RBI base hit, 5th inning. Grounded out twice to second. 0-1 count, 2 away. And fouls that one off the other way.
Well, I talked about this a couple of weeks ago. I mean, I still think this team, when you're getting into an era where everybody puts these shifts on, everybody on the ball club has to be able to bunt. They have to, and I don't mean, you know, bunt like Del Unser or some of the great Rod Carew. I'm just laying a bunt down. When they put the shift on and nobody plays on the left side, and you need base runners at the appropriate time, and do it in spring training where you make a competition out of it.
Yep.
You know.
0-2 delivery and jammed him, fouled off. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is about keeping it honest. If you can do that, you open up more holes for yourself. The likes of a Nate McLeod can certainly take advantage of that.
And we've seen Nick Markakis attempt to do it. It's just that, and I played for Cal Senior, and he said, hey, it's perfect practice. You really have to practice what you're going to attempt to do. And it's not really a negative thing on Nick, because when you're hitting 45 to 50 doubles, which is a normal year for him, you don't think about doing that. But now all of a sudden, with all the shifts, I think you have to do that. And we saw Tampa Bay do it in the last series down in Tampa.
0-2 delivery on the way, and that's going to be taken down low. And a 1-ball, 2-strike count.
You saw Jennings push the ball down the first base line. You had who hit the home run, the 10-pitch home run on Monday, and then all of a sudden bunting later in the ball game. So just the little things to try to make yourself a little bit more rounded offensively.
1-2 the count. Flaherty's on at third base, 2 down. Orioles trying to add another. They've got 1 in here in the 6th on the homer by Jonathan Scope. Down to third again. Foul. Boy, there are some balls just ripped over there beyond that Toronto dugout tonight.
Well, what they must like about Jeffress is that when he can throw strikes, and he did it down at AAA, is not only the velocity but the late movement. So he throws a ball for the outside third of the plate, and because it's 96, which is hard to get the bat head out in front, and it's running all over the place. And right here, when you can, I mean, if the guy's that late on your fastball, if you throw him a breaking ball, you just bounce it down and in.
1-2 delivery and missed inside.
Well, he just goes to another level of 97.
2-ball, 2-strike count on Nick Markakis.
I wonder how much cash they gave Kansas City.
$4 billion. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not that much. 2-ball, 2-strike count.
I knew I shouldn't have asked.
No, you shouldn't have asked that. No. And that one's tapped foul, and it is foul. We've seen catchers this year more than I can ever remember jumping on those balls that are hit at home plate, and appropriately so. We've seen Matt do it all year. Matt Wieters has gotten 3 or 4 outs on those balls that look like they're foul, but they roll out in front of home plate. They don't hit the batter in the batter's box. Picked up, tagged the guy out. And there's Aaron Sebia. Catchers have become very conscious of that, I think, this season. Just not letting that ball roll away. The 2-2 delivery on the 8th pitch of the at-bat. Pitcher wins. Jeffress gets the strikeout, but for Jonathan Scope, a big inning and another baseball to go on the mantle. He got a single earlier in the ball game for his first major league hit. He gets a homer here in the 6th inning for his first major league home run. And the Orioles have a 7-4 lead. Again tomorrow, the finale of this series. Miguel Gonzalez on the mound against Mark Burley. Our coverage on MASN HD 6:30 O's Extra, presented by Geico. Our game coverage at 7. All the access you need right here on MASN.
So there they are. Mark Burley, John Gibbons talking about it. He's given them exactly what they want. A lot of innings, slow start, but again, for what, about the 12th straight year, over 10 wins, 12-9 record. Miguel Gonzalez, more wins than last year, wants to give him a good finish. So you can see certainly two capable starters, Miguel a right-hander and Mark Burley the lefty.
So the Orioles have Troy Patton coming out of the bullpen, the left-hander. Stinson worked an inning, had a strikeout.
Yeah, talk about trying to improve yourself. The one thing I think Troy has to do a little bit better, if you look at his numbers, is look at this: lefties hitting better than righties with more home runs. So again, only Brian Mattis, your really lefty matchup guy, with the batting average left-handers under 200 out in the Oriole bullpen.
And we go to the 7th inning. Anthony Gose will lead it off for the Jays. He has had a triple, picked up an RBI, 1 for 3 in the ball game. A couple of hits and 7 at bats in the first 2 games of the series. 0-1 pitch by Patton will be inside. Looks like there won't be any 20-game winner in the National League this year. Jordan Zimmerman tried today, took the loss for the Nationals. 4 runs, 6 hits over 7, 19 wins.
19 and 9. Yeah, 19 and 9. Wainwright with 18 wins.
And
there's a good slider. Yeah.
Wainwright looked like he was going to get there, and then has not been able to pick up wins over the final month. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And only Max Scherzer looked 20 and 3.
And the 1-2 delivery on the way to him, and that'll be nubbed foul. Cardinals cutting their magic number to 1 with their victory today, and a loss by the other 2 teams chasing them, Cincinnati and Pittsburgh. Detroit's magic number is 1. They can wrap it up. They're playing in Minnesota. They've got a 1-0 lead, 5th inning. That's for the division championship. Here's the 1-2 delivery, and couldn't wait long enough on that one. He got him.
Well, he tried to. It's a big sweeper. He'd like to take this pitch, except there's 2 strikes, so you're going to go chase it. Yeah, just trying to wait. And the break gets him.
Josh Stoll, the catcher. RBI single. Single scored a run, 2 for 3 in the ball game, and that is in there for a strike. T.J. McFarland, chance to be the winner in this ball game. The starter Rogers, Ismail Rogers, 6 runs, 8 hits over 4 1/3. Pitcher of record for the Jays. 0-1 delivery and a great pitch down and in. Foul tip for a strike. 0-2. Patton ready, and the 2-strike pitch, and a breaking ball in the air to center. Going back, Friday reaching. Oh, not out of his reach, just tipped it, and it'll be a double. He came in a little bit initially, misread it, I think, and then almost able to make up for that with his speed in center, but not quite.
And plus, he's playing really shallow. There's that one step. You could see and then he just can't quite catch up. Josh Stoll, pretty nice night here. 2 singles and a double.
He's down to second with only 1 away. Bottom part of the order has been putting some numbers up here in this 7 and 8 position. Ryan Goins has had 2 singles, 2 for 3. Runner at second, 1 out. Jays now have 11 hits. The Orioles have 10.
But the O's with the 3 home runs.
Orioles continuing to lead the majors in home runs as a team. 207 home runs for the Orioles this year. The Blue Jays have 183. One down. Here's the 0-1 delivery to him, and that ball popped up third base. Flaherty in foul territory has got it. And there are 2 down. In our Major League notebook, let's take a look at this date of Major League history. In 1955, at the age of 20, Al Kaline, the youngest player to win a batting title, hit .340. Ty Cobb had been 1 day older when he claimed the batting title in 1907. And in 1974, changed baseball for pitchers. Dr. Frank Jobe transplanted that tendon from Tommy John's wrist to elbow, created the all-new Tommy John surgery. And that will be it for Patton as the matchups go on. Pilar due up, and the Orioles turn to the bullpen, leading it 7-4. Title. He is, of course, from Baltimore. Played for the Tigers, 53-74, Hall of Fame 1980, 3,007 hits, 399 home runs, lifetime .297 batting average, and against the Cardinals in the '68 World Series hit .379. Baltimore's own going to the Tigers to play Al Kaline.
Yep, you won't find a nicer guy both on and off the field. Well, I actually had a face on mine, which I had to. So, but terrific guy, still with, vice president with the Tigers. So we certainly wish him well. Jason Hamill on. Orioles needing outs here, and so good to see him healthy. And a bunch of scouts here, and another one of the storylines will be: will Jason Hamill, who will be a free agent, will he be re-signed? Will he go elsewhere? Been a tough year because of the fact he hasn't pitched well. He's had some forearm problems, missed over a month.
Second time he's worked out of the bullpen for the Orioles this season, and Kevin Pillar's the hitter. He is lined out, grounded out, and struck out. Runner on at second base, 2 down. Double by Toll, the catcher. He's the base runner, and a 1-0 coming. And the pitch will be outside for a ball. So Hamill falls behind with that runner on at second base, and the Oriole lead at 3.
Yeah, the big difference for him is, health issues. Last year was a knee, this year the forearm, but the home run ball, 9 last year in 118 innings, 22 this year.
And the 2-0 delivery is taken. It is in there for a strike. Hamill against the Jays this year has taken a loss in 3 starts. They've hit him hard with the 13 runs on 17 hits in 17 innings. 2-ball, 1-strike delivery, and that ball's going to be popped up. Second or first, second baseman Jonathan Scope goes back and puts it away. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. 7th inning stretch time. Camden Yards, Orioles up. losing streak 7-4. Gary Thorne, Jim Palmer here. Jim, Dylan Bundy's a name that's kind of gotten lost because he's not played, not been able to pitch with a surgery. What do you think for next year for him?
Well, I would imagine next year, a year, 14 months, when you're going to have a guy that has is that precocious. Turned 21 in November. I think people forget he was 9-3, A ball, higher A, double A last year, and then pitched in the big leagues at the end of the year. But with Tommy John, he'll probably be very judicious. Next year will probably be about getting back to being healthy. And then in the year 2015, he'll be a guy that'll probably have a chance to make the ball club.
So not until the second half of the season, even if he can pitch a little.
And they're not going to rush him. I mean, obviously it'd be a kid that could pitch in September if he was able to, say, pitch in July and August. But at the big league level, talking about if you were in the pennant race, and hopefully that'll be the case.
Very easy to forget that he obviously, in the beginning of the season, was someone they had counted on at some point to be here and adding to their starting pitching.
Well, it certainly has the talent. It's a lot of times, as we all know, it's about health issues, and
you never know coming back what it's going to look like.
It's usually, you talk to Oriole head trainer Richie Bancells, and he said about 92, 93 percentile from Tommy John. Labrum surgery, maybe a little less, down in the 80s.
1 ball, 1 strike count. Chris Davis batting, and a swing and a foul tip held on to. For Chris, the big Sports Illustrated cover put up, and the great story that was done on him, and talking about how he developed into this home run hitter with the work that he did. Help from Robinson Cano in the offseason when he went down to play a little winter ball in Cano's hometown. A little one-on-one discussion. 1-2 delivery on the way, and that one dropped off the table, and Davis is retired.
Well, they have a lot of options, when talking about John Gibbons, but they want to see if Jeffers can pitch at this level. Just got the guy leading, tied for the RBI lead and the home run leader, swinging about as good a curveball as you can throw. So last night we saw Santos come in throwing little BBs, and then Perez coming back, a left-hander. So it looks like this bullpen will be in better shape next year for the Jays than this last year.
Jeffers has been a reliever over the last 4 seasons of professional baseball. Like most, he started his professional career as a starter. 26 years old, and the pitch will be taken on the outside corner. That will turn Steve Pearce away.
Well, there's a term in baseball when a guy's nasty, and this guy's nasty. I mean, movement, velocity. Made some great pitches, and then the old yellow hammer, the Yocker, the curveball off the table.
0-2 delivery, and then he tries to get you to chase one.
Yep.
1 ball, 2 strike count. 1-2, 1 down with the Orioles 7-10-2. The Jays 4-11-0. 11 left on by the Jays. 5 left on by the Orioles. The Orioles have taken care of business tonight. When they've gotten people on, they've gotten them in. 1 ball, 2 strike pitch, and off the fist. This is going to be a tough play if it stays fair. Laurie guns it. Not going to get him. That'll be an infield hit. So Pearce is on with his second hit, 2 for 3, and an intentional pass. On Saturday, Oriole fans will have several chances to create a one-of-a-kind Birdland memory here as part of Fan Appreciation Week. Orioles will have the Red Sox in. Night game 7:05. You can earn an on-field experience, serve as a PA announcer for an inning, even hand in the official lineup card or throw out the ceremonial first pitch. Your chance comes Saturday night. 888-848-BIRD or Orioles.com for tickets. You save when you buy them in advance.
It could be Adam Jones. He brought the lineup card out tonight.
He did. He must have been one of those selected in Fan Appreciation Week.
Yeah, and hitting lessons, bring out the lineup card. But he was, umpires probably had him. That's enough.
You don't think he talked when he
No.
Oh,
not Adam.
Not Adam.
He doesn't. Very quiet.
Friday, a single, RBI and a ground ball out, 1 for 3. Runner on at first. Base hit number 11 for the Orioles. Again, that great pitch down low with some gusto on it. 1 ball, 1 strike count.
And there's his pitching coach, Pete Walker, and there's his skipper, former catcher, John Gibbons.
Liking what they see. And a swing and a miss, little tailing action against the left-hander, 1-2.
Well, that was a great angle right there because Josh Thole put his glove right on the outside corner. The ball started on the right edge of the glove and ran all the way to the other side of the glove. So great late life. Hard to put the good part of the bat on those type of pitches.
1-2. Pierce at first. Lind holding. And a ground ball towards short. Reyes. One going's a throw, won't get him. Pretty good job to avoid the runner right there, as he had a tough pivot to make that throw. 2 down. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Orioles may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Orioles. 2 away, runner at first. Clevenger coming to the plate. He has picked up a base hit, a single, 1 for 3 in the ball game, getting the start behind the plate. Buck Showalter talking before the game today about the Red Sox series coming in. Boston still battling for that home field advantage with the best record in the American League. So he said, for the sake of the integrity of the game, he said, while I can get some players in we want to look at against Toronto, it's going to be harder to do against the Red Sox.
Yeah, you'll see the A lineup, even though the B lineup has done a nice job tonight. Yeah.
Yes. 0-1 delivery on the way, and foul ball.
Plus you got Brian Roberts sitting it out. He's hit home runs in 2 consecutive games. Flaherty comes in for Machado. He hits one out onto Utah Street. Pierce gets to play 4 at bats all the way since 21st of August. He hits a home run to tie it up. Not only did you lose 4 in a row in Tampa, it's just you were there, Gary. I mean, the late arrival, the almost 7-hour ball game, the turnaround, what, 1:15 or something.
Yeah.
And then Tampa playing well and doing what you wanted to do, which is win.
Machado going down.
Yeah.
Garcia with a concussion potential on the collision. I mean, it couldn't have been much worse. That trip, those 4 games, it was very tough. And Manny, fortunately, an injury not as bad as many thought it might be. And here watching the ball game. 0-2 count, 2 down. And that's fouled off. Orioles have not scored 7 runs in a ball game since the 2nd of September. When Norris started that ball game, and they got 7 against Cleveland in a 7-2 win.
And there's Mark DeRosa. He got the. Not only did he tie the game up, he won it.
Thus doesn't get to start.
Yeah, well, he wasted 2 hits last night. Yeah, 1 in the 8th and 1 in the 10th.
Clevenger goes back for New Lumber. Friday off first base. Jeffers with the 0-2 delivery, and will miss inside with it. Want to welcome all of those watching around the world on AFN Armed Forces Network. Always great to have you with us. Wherever you may be safe, and thank you. 1-2 the count. It'll stay that way. Crowd tonight, 23,698, 23,698. Part of the Fan Appreciation Week. Real good crowd.
Well, I thought when Buck Showalter, Oriole skipper, was talking about, kind of breaks your heart, breaks our fans' heart. The fans have been terrific. Somebody was asking me the other day, having dinner Monday night, and they said, well, the fans come back in Baltimore. I said, oh, have they ever?
Swung on and missed. Tag will be put on at the plate, and that will retire the side. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base. After 7, the Orioles are up 7-4. Destination for culinary adventure, from the fresh local seafood to the array of Zagat-rated restaurants. You can learn more. Go to savorsarasota.com. And if you get down there, you'd like to dine outside on a beautiful setting, the John and Mabel Ringling Museum of Art, which is out by the airport, has a wonderful dining area with water fountains and outdoor dining and some real fine food. And you get to go see one of the great museums of the world. Here is Jose Reyes, and Reyes wallops it foul.
Well, there's some bat speed for you. Wow. I'll be messing around inside on me.
Jason Hamill on the mound for the Orioles, getting the final out in the 7th inning. Patton 2/3 of an inning with 1 hit and a strikeout. Started for the Orioles, Bud Norris, 3 runs, 7 hits over 4. T.J. McFarland, the Orioles pitcher of record right now, an inning plus, a run on 3 hits. Stinson an inning, 1 strikeout. Patton, and now Hamill. Reyes will take the breaking ball, and it misses. Fooled him, but it missed.
Yeah, he can get out on that front foot and keep the bat from going. I mean, it kind of it's a lunge check swing, and he does it well.
1 ball, 2 strike count. A walk and a run scored, a single. Up high and in, foul back. Kawasaki, then Laurie due up. Understand Kyle Drabek, who had to leave the ball game, was a right ankle bone bruise on that ball that came back and caught him. 1-2 delivery, and that'll be fouled away.
Well, that's good to know. I mean, McLeod hit that BB off his right ankle. John Gibbons looking on, would love to get his leadoff guy on, and Jason Hamill would love to have an easy inning, and starts with the table setters.
Here's the 1-2 delivery on the way, and foul back again. Reyes holding that count at a ball and 2 strikes. He struck out only 43 times while drawing 31 walks in over 360 at bats. 1-2 pitch to him, and he's going to earn a base hit to right field. So leadoff and on here in the 8th inning, 2nd hit for Reyes. The video game that puts you in the owner's suite is now available free on iPhone and iPad. Build your stadium, make the decisions to guide your team to the World Series. Download MLB Ballpark Empire free today. Data and usage rates may apply. Kawasaki, double, 2 singles. He's had 4 hits in the 2 games. 4 for 6. And the pitch from Hamill will be taken away for a ball. Jays have been relentless in getting people on base. There's not been a clean inning here for an Orioles pitcher.
Well, that curveball that Reyes hit into right field.
Bunting for a base hit. Flaherty running throw, not going to get him. So an infield hit. Kawasaki on with a bunt single.
Well, Gary, you were talking earlier about how do you improve your offense or maximize it. That's a perfect example right there. You just can't let this guy bunt. And he comes in, but if you play in another 10 feet, who cares? He's not going to hit the ball that hard the other way, and you're saying, hey, lay it down, and he did. So you got to give them credit. Reyes hits a great curveball. Certainly could have rolled over. And Kawasaki does what they give him, which is let him bunt the ball, and now all of a sudden you're 1 swing away from tying it.
Laurie will stand in with nobody out and 2 on. He will not be bunting. He will be looking for a long ball. 13 hits now for the Jays. They continue to out-hit the Orioles 13-11. Lowry's got a 4 for 13 off Hamill, including a home run. 1-0 delivery to him. 1 ball, 1 strike count. picked up the walk in the third inning, stole second, scored on a triple by Gose. Lowry 1-1 with Lynn, the cleanup batter, on deck. Jason Hamill with the 1-1 pitch. Popped it up. Could be trouble. Jonathan Schoop, and it's the first baseman who makes the catch, Pierce. Steve Pierce was back there. Schoop had the glove right in front of him, and somehow Pierce found it and was able to hang on.
Well, you got a couple of guys that want this little pop-up. Pierce is going to be, right out of the palm of the glove into the bare hand. Nice reflexes, and he can hit home runs.
Voila. That's a big out. So runners remain at first and second base for Lind. He is singled, hit into a double play, struck out and walked. Lind up with one away, and now the Orioles infield set up for two. Hamill. Lind has not moved the bat on first pitches in this ball game. He has come up fully intending to take it no matter what, and has done just that. He's 5 for 16 with 2 home runs off Hamill.
All he's doing is Robinson Cano impression.
Yeah.
Cano will just go through a game like that. Nice little pitch right there.
360 turn, ball right underneath him, and found it. 0-2.
This is a changeup, but look at it run away. I mean, great late movement, and it just drops, and the plunger kind of knocks it down. I don't know what that was, but throw another one.
Throw another one.
Yeah.
Exactly. Maybe onto something there. Here's the 0-2 delivery on the way. And he just stood there and took it. So Linda's retired on the strikeout. Hamill gets his first K.
Well, this is Jason Hamill from 2012. He could throw that pitch just about any time. Earlier on with a forearm discomfort, and then the DL. It looked like instead of strike one, it was ball one. And get into those hitters count. He always seemed like he was maybe a pitch or two from pitching pretty well. Started out 5-0, 7-2. And record now 7-8. But boy, that was right on the black. 2
down. Rajai Davis. Davis has had 1 home run off Hamill. And a 2 for 7 overall. So again, this is where Toronto has struggled this month of September, trying to get people home, and they've certainly struggled in this game. The 11 they've left on base, 2 more here. And again, it was an inning where they got the first 2 on. Will they leave them? That's down the line. That is a foul ball.
Yeah, nice pitch. Almost a bad result for Jason Hamill, and Rajai Davis thinking, okay, that's probably going to be a triple. Kawasaki racing around the bases all the way from first base. So he was intent on scoring, and then Davis with great speed would have. Really doesn't matter double or triple with 2 outs, but
Reyes back to lead runner. And a 2-strike count. Hamill to Rajai Davis. Check swing. Tagged him. Did he go? No.
So you're seeing quality stuff from Jason Hamill. I mean, that's a good curveball. Pretty much where you want to throw it, under the zone because of the count. 0-2, now 1-2. Don't want to hang it. Buried it. Trust your catcher.
We're in the 8th inning. Orioles up by 3, and Hamill trying to keep it that way. 1-2 delivery. Did he go? Yes, he did. Home plate umpire gets him. Misgicione makes the call himself, not asking for help. And Hamill gets a strikeout. And for the 3rd inning in this ball game, Toronto gets the first 2 runners on in an inning and leaves them there. player of the game. The candidates tonight: Jonathan Schoop, first major league hit, first major league home run. Steve Pearce, who's delivered in this ball game the long ball as well, and Ryan Flaherty. Flaherty has been up. He's hit a home run. He scored a couple of runs in the ball game for the Orioles. Text in your vote, A, B, or C, 31826. So with the Orioles up 7-4, Ricky Romero out of the bullpen.
So again, I mean, this is one of the great mysteries in baseball. I mean, one of the best lefties until last year, over the last 3-4 years, and then all of a sudden couldn't command his stuff. This year, those are only 3 games. Spent most of it down at AAA Buffalo, 5-8, 5.78 ERA. Big article in the Toronto paper. Well, why aren't these guys starting? And John Gibbons saying, well, we got other guys we want to look at, and Romero still young, still talented, but I don't know if it's a mental thing or whatever, but he used to be able to, especially against the Orioles, I mean, it just throw the glove out there, and he was going to be into the 7th, 8th, 9th innings.
So he'll work out of the bullpen here. Jonathan Schoop gets a great hand. What a night for his major league debut. And he'll take the pitch down low. He delivered the home run, first of his career, came in the 6th inning. And there wasn't much question about that one, was there?
Way back.
Off Drayback. And the pitch is taken inside. And a 2-0 count.
Yeah, Ricky Romero could sink it. He had a changeup. He'd throw in any count. Nice little breaking ball. 15-game winner. He'd pitch well. They'd play well.
And it's taken. Count goes to 3-0 from Romero.
13-9, 14-9, 15-11. And then last year, 9-14. ERA up almost 3 runs higher than the year before.
His lifetime mark against the Orioles for Romero is 8-3. He's had 14 starts against the Orioles with a 3.49 ERA. 3 ball, 1 strike count. Schoop. He'll take it, and he draws a walk. Just get all these firsts out of the way. First single, first hit, first double play, first home run, first walk, all in one game. Leadoff man on 8th inning. For every Orioles walk this season, Care First, Blue Cross Blue Shield, contributes $50 supporting Wyeth Central Maryland's Fit and Fun program. 406 walks, $20,300. Care First, Blue Cross Blue Shield encourages each of us to take that first step towards a healthier and more active lifestyle. Ryan Flaherty and a strike. Flaherty, the home run in his first at bat, 3rd inning. 2 RBI shot, his 9th of the year. Walk and a run scored in the 5th. Walk and stranded in the 6th. Left-hander's delivery in the 0-1 is going to be outside, 1-1.
Yeah, the amazing thing, you look at Romero, I mean, a typical year would be 200 innings, 210, 225, 80, 82 walks, a lot of strikeouts, 100, 174, 188, 178. And then last year, 181 innings, 105 walks. Completely lost control of the baseball.
1-1 delivery to Flaherty. Flaherty's going to lose control of the baseball way back left field. Has he done it again? He did it! Goodbye home run. Ryan Flaherty, a 2-homer ball game, 4 RBIs for him, and the Orioles have a 9-4 lead.
To the opposite field.
Numbers 9 and 10 on the year for Ryan Flaherty.
Well, Camden Yards hitter friendly, especially when you hit it like this. Lets the ball travel, and then this backspins it about 380 feet to the power alley.
Well, we said Ryan Flaherty wishes the Orioles played 162 games against Toronto. He's had 2 2-homer ball games, both this year, both against Toronto. And the pitch is taken inside by Nate McLeod. So Flaherty this season has 5 home runs and 9 RBIs against Toronto and hitting over 300. 2 ball, 1 strike count. McLeod. Romero's pitch will be fouled right straight back. Double picked up by McLeod in the 3rd inning. 1 for 3 and a walk in the ball game.
Yeah, he's trying to. Little note today: Chris Davis and Adam Jones with what Davis with 16 home runs the last 2 years, and Adam with 14 have hit at least 7 home runs against Toronto in both the last 2 years. The last 2 guys to do that, Garrick and Ruth.
That ball put up in the air, just missed. He was a little out in front. Rajah Davis is there to put it away, first out of the 8th inning.
So we're going to have room for maybe a 3rd guy.
If we play Toronto anymore.
Well, one more game. I mean, if you're Buck Showalter, well, you got Burley, so maybe Flaherty won't play, but you know, Schoop certainly could be. Schoop could be playing tomorrow night. Nice little matchup. Rest your guys till the Red Sox come in.
9 runs on 12 hits for the Orioles. J.J. Hardy, and Romero gets it in there for a strike. Hardy a single, a run scored. He's gone 1 for 4 in the ball game. Hardy's 2 for 21 off Romero. 0-1 pitch is in the dirt. 1-1. So for Romero, an inauspicious appearance here against the Orioles. 1-1 delivery, and that's going to miss up high. Romero has given up only a couple of home runs this year, but only 7 innings worked. 2 ball, 1 strike delivery, and that's going to be away. And again, 3-1.
Well, I was reading in spring training they're trying to change the stride and this and all that, and you know, I'm sure it's warranted because when you walk 105 and 181 innings, but usually when you have a guy this talented, let him figure it out himself. Even if it's down at AAA.
Gonna be a tough play. Lowry charging, barehanded throw. Nice play, didn't get him. Good effort. Pulled him off the bag though. I think Lind actually was trying to help get the out by coming off the bag quickly. He came off too quickly. I'm not really sure that throw drew him off the bag.
No, it seemed pretty accurate from here, and Brett Lowry makes a great job. He's playing deep. J.J. Hardy has to go a long way, and I guess that foot just slides off a little bit. Certainly could have done a better job of receiving the throw.
So Hardy will be credited with a base hit. He's got a 2-hit ball game, and Nick Markakis standing in, and Nick will take it inside. Nick has had an RBI single. He's 1 for 4 in the game. Each team 13 hits. And Romero will miss away with it. So Romero a 2-0 count. Struggling with the strike zone as he's had a perchance to do, and it's 20 pitches thrown here in the inning. 2-0 delivery. Markakis will take it outside, and it's 3-0.
Yeah, the amazing number for Ricky Romero, and again, it's not a lot of innings. The lefties came in 7 for 11. That's 636. I mean, this is a guy that used to eat up righties and lefties.
Nick with a 3-0, taking all the way, and 4 of them out of the strike zone. So the Orioles have runners on at first and second here in the 8th inning with 2 runs in on Flaherty's homer. And Valencia is going to come on to hit for Davis.
Of course, it certainly doesn't help Ricky Romero hasn't pitched in 15 days.
Yeah.
So, and that looks like it.
Chad Jenkins in the bullpen. Valencia 0 for 8 off Romero. Pinch hitting opportunity. And we'll take the pitch inside for a ball.
Yeah, Buck Showalter gets him in. A little tune-up for Mark Burley tomorrow night, the lefty.
Flaherty hoping the team can bat around so he can get another at bat. Why not? 2 on. Only 1 away. Valencia, the 1-0 delivery to him, and that's there for a strike. For Valencia in the pitch hitting role, pinch hitting 1 for 7. What a job he's done in the DH role, though. Look at that, 4 for 21. It's an extraordinary number of chances for the Jays. Ground ball down to third base. Laurie will step and throw and record the double play. So the Orioles will get a couple of runs doing it on 2 hits, 1 base runner left on. Flaherty getting his second homer. Orioles up 9-4. Gary Thorne and Jim Power on this early fall evening, and a beautiful one for baseball and for the Orioles. Finally, the bats coming alive here in September. Ryan Flaherty, the 2 home runs and 4 runs batted in. Steve Pearce has had a home run, his 4th of the season. Jonathan Scopes made a great entry to the majors, scoring 3 times, hitting his first home run, getting his first hit, first walk, and has played well at second with just routine plays to be made, but he made them. So now the 9th inning, the Orioles 3 outs away from ending their 6-game losing streak. Anthony Gose will lead it off. He'll pop it up right center. Nick Markakis will make the catch. Gose retired. Let's update you in the voting for the AT&T Player of the Game, Jonathan Scope. No surprise there. Text in your vote. Still have time. A, B, or C. 31826. Results in the O's Extra post-game show.
Yeah, Jason Hamill's done a nice job. I mean, the game really kind of turned around when Josh Stinson came in, and a couple of guys on. Game very close, and was able to get out of harm's way with the bases loaded. And actually, he loaded them up and then got the double play ball and the strikeout. But and then Jason Hamill, kind of like the old days, you bring in your reliever and he finishes the game.
McFarland, a chance for his 3rd win. He'll go 3-1. Ismail Rogers, the starter, will take the loss. He'll be 5-9. Jason Hamill try and finish it up here with a good performance. Got the out he needed in the 7th to start it. 1 ball, 1 strikeout. Josh Toll at the plate, loops it to center. That's going to fall in for a base hit.
4 hits.
What a game. 3 singles and a double in the ball game.
Second baseman, number 17, Ryan Lopez.
Well, the catcher. A big night for Toronto, and there's another hit. 14 in the game. Again, the Jays are out hitting the Orioles 14-13. Ryan Goins, couple of singles. He has struck out, popped out. One away. Goins will take it for a strike. Third time Toll has had a 3-hit ball game in his career. 4-hit ball game, rather. Adding to it here tonight. There he is on it. First base.
Yeah, kind of hearing faintly, what, 2009?
0-1 delivery on the way, and that's for a strike. Tampa Bay leading the Yankees. Yankees lose, they're officially eliminated. That'll be fouled off. And an 0-2 count. Tampa Bay, after that disaster in August, has really turned it around, and they continue to win 8-3 in the ninth tonight.
Well, what they did that the Orioles never could do was have that really special month. 21-5 in July.
Yep.
I mean, that really got them back on track, and yeah, they did struggle. They kind of did what the Orioles done this month, which is struggle for runs in August. And then all of a sudden got a little bit more back in sync.
One ball, 2 strike count. Goins with one away. And Jason Hamill trying to put it away. Infield double play up. And a swing and a miss. 2 down.
We gotta like that curveball. Man, that's last year's hook. Straight down. Perfect count. Get ahead. Bury the breaking ball. Trust your catcher. Levinger's done a nice job of blocking the ball. Look at him get down. No one-handed grabs.
Two down. Kevin Pillar up. 0 for 4 in the ball game. Runner at first. Runner will go to second. Ball will be hit to left. And with a runner going, Toll will come to third base. He'll be waved home. He'll score easily. And it will be a double. So Pillar gets a double and an RBI. And that'll make it a 9-5 ball game.
Well, he finally gets one he can center. I mean, he did hit one hard earlier on in the game, lined out a couple of guys on in the 5th, but watch him get on this high fastball and just hit a BB. Ryan Flaherty, nice little athletic reach for it, but boy, he hit it hard.
Pillar with the RBI, 11 on the year. Still 2 away. 5 runs on 15 hits for Toronto. Reyes puts it in the air. Should be the ball game. Friday coming over to put it away, and that's it. Here in the 9th inning. A run and a couple of hits. No errors, 1 left on base. And the Orioles end their 6-game losing streak as they come away with a 9-5 victory in this ball game to set up a season rubber match game against the Jays tomorrow.